見習いのハイビスカスです。みんなからはハイビスって呼ばれてます。今日からドクターとロドスの皆さんの健康管理をしていきますので、よろしくお願いします。
どうも、私はメテオ、森の弓使いよ。遠距離支援はいかが？
ビーグルって言います。まあ採用テストはギリギリでしたけど、見習いとして頑張ってお役に立ちたいと思います。
石見習いのアンセルです。外科のアシスタントを担当します。よろしくお願いいたします。
もし復讐なんてしに来るやつがいたら躊躇せずやりなよ。一度武器を手にした相手は殺すのに理由なんていらないんだ。
これだけの頭数を揃えるのも一苦労なんだから、なるべく被害を避けるようにね。
Your life wasn't that privileged. Siege isn't part of that. Be honest. And the Sarkas isn't technically fighting with the nobles. They have their own agenda. Hmm. Her design is so familiar. It's like Reiko Sensei. I'm pretty sure she did not take part in any Arknights activity. So, so now we have a Percival name. Oh boy. Wait, you were a doctor this year. Okay. That's not really it. What do you mean new? Or another? You've been that for as long as you've been alive. Well, as far as we know anyway. That's the age of lookalike that's an archer. Bertiz. That isn't it? No, it's not. So who is Bertiz? The name is Colbert. I'm going to fucking read it, this whole chapter again. Forgetting stuff. I mean, not everyone is. Is that a weapon? Those gorgeous suits. Not to mention those beautiful flags hanging on the door. Flags. You see, once a valued guest of our establishment. Yeah, that is a sword. She's been hiding it. Spot for sprite. That was many years ago. Talk about these things later. I hear there's a sarcasm mercenary giving you. Paprika. A feeling it's not an easy matter for her. So our brief from Ascalon's mission in Highbury came up. She let Catherine go. Yep. It's Grandma. Manfred apprehended her and I thought she was already dead. Brave of you to to say that word while working for NS or working with NS. Plans. Our commission needs the people sailing for now at least. Well, yes, they're the hostages. So I can take care about sarcasm for that. And I need to use it. You have been on the side for so long. Ah, I see. I see. uh, okay. So it was him. Of course, we're being followed by him still. And now we have two dukes dealing with us. It's Windermere and Castor. Duke of Castor. Twelve.
みんな覚えといてくれ。 全員揃って帰ってくるぞ。
Loud, loud, you're way too loud.
皆さん警戒してください。
戦のための歌、悲しみを紡ぐ歌。
Alright.
誰を餌にするか決まった？どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。私に命令しないで。
ここを死守します。
戦場に積もる恨みはいつか散らん。どうすればいいかくらいわかる。足元を見てください。
何でしょうか。
あまり待たせないで。
じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を傾けて。
Next checkpoint. Is that him?
すぐに着くから。
He's a cat.
私に凶目を直除すれば官庁倫理たり。
Someone is doing damage, wow.
私に巡って階級万物を一元に収むるはシャシャ楽々の境地にこそあれ。
Those new mage casters do a lot of damage.
少し休憩して被害を確認しましょう。次にここで死ぬのは私たちかもしれないんだから、祝うことなんて何もないわ。
Oh, there's no after, just beginning? This means I can't use my own NS. I can. No. It'll be disabled. Stupid.
あなたの判断を信じるわ。二度と道を踏み外さないように導いてくれる。そうでしょ。
味方のみんなを守って。
あま
What
り
skill
待
do
たせ
you
ない
have?
で。
Passive? You eat
どう
too?
すればいいかくらいわかるわ。
You eat
私
so
に
you have
命
your
令しない。
bind, that's good.
逃げたい？じゃあその前に金目のものは置いてってもらうよ。
走ろう。Want a candy? Now's not the time for hellos.
の時より秋だ。じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を傾けて。ほい。
Like water. Want a candy?
私に巡ってきたのかな。これからもこうして空気の陸地に乾きすぎね。どうしたの？
I did this wrong. Well. Should be one square below or behind.
足元を見てみます。
ここを死守します。
Minus DP? Oh. Okay.
足元を見てみなさい。
Is he targeting the boxes? Define the next checkpoint. I want to see. Oh.
絶望の匂いにカムフラ脅迫を削除すれば環境倫理たり。
Okay. We have a good Mila, why are you a mob now? But a more balanced version of you, so I don't mind. You're actually tanky, oh no.
私の説が砂に沈みて相思未だ報いず。
What is that pathing?
どうしたの？絶望の匂いにカムフラージュできない。
So are you checking your keyboard, punk? Punk discipline? What's that?
Mission accomplished.
Show us Seven still has its cool moments. Yeah, it's been that while for a while now. Considering we started a new arc. Victoria. I guess. Just leave it. Technically, yes. Never deploy on this plate. 2 bodyguards, but I assume they're both dead. So after the Sarkas put this place on a lockdown, they tried to break out with me, so they failed. Does she not know about the ship burning down? Sus. Eyes on the sword too. Can relax. It's not interested in the Sigh of Kings, I can promise you that. So why are you here? Coincidence. Only one. Capable of leaving right now, I'm guessing Sir Trial by Asher would love to talk with fellow Duke's successor. Dog, our friend Demir, fighter, part of the good fight, I got into it. Sarka's surrounded plate. What would she do? So that's a she. Okay. I imagine any Duke would love to see her competitor take the first turn in fighting to resist to the last man. Of course, I could be too mean theorizing about him. Still outside, maybe we'll fight you. Turn in tea. Yes. As their own intelligence check coordinate him. Whether it's 2 moments for sarcasm movements or the other dukes are doing. To be honest, the latter's more important. Well, not much. Simply thought Norport Burrow would be a suitable place to hide. To go further, an evil town there once part of Glasgow gang will be a very meaningful source of intel for so me and Bear just like going to the same video shop. That's at least not fake, so that's a good thing. I guess it's the fact that we can wander around Side of Kings and as it off together sword to meet the Duke of Castor. Also, we will know that the chapter is ending when they announce Siege Altar. For obvious reasons. That is the key moment. Until that thing isn't announced or data mined, the Victoria chapter is not ending. No, that doesn't have to be true. It can also be true that the chapter will end, but they're going to release the character on another date. Which has happened multiple times. Which is going to have at least a sprite update for the sprite. That's because our trial by Asher wants to use our group's power to settle some of his own problems. What do you mean our trial by Asher? You're telling me they all look the same and have the same title and they're all or it's like a knight. That's the difference. The Sarkaz mercenaries were forced into war, not wanting war. Victorians like their war games. For money or power. Okay, fine, I do owe you one. So what does the Rhodes Islands House of Darling Doctors plan to use my life for? They just said I've got no bodyguards or troops I can send out for you. Be as disappointed as you want in us. Can't help you, your friends, or that child by Asher with any of your issues. Technically, you can. But Iron Man and the ship ourselves just fine. You want full well that when I'm worth to do Caster, but you still rescued me. My girl, that is exactly why. Not telling me too much, just because you're that kind of asking. Compared Islands, I'm afraid the Duke of Cat has more of her energies focused elsewhere. Trust she can talk to your mother to help me out. Support my mother stepping up so you can break free from Duke Casters. You know what a tightrope act is going to. Unfortunately, that's the choice our House of Darling Lockharts has. Doctor. I don't know if their talks with the hotel are going smoothly or not. Should have gone with them. Don't worry, Miss Amaya. This isn't going to put the doctor in danger. Besides, we're just borrowing their comm station. New Amaya is actually too violent. I prefer Ines over you right now. I know. I know the sick here need me more. Nailed down a specific evacuation time before they left. We'll need to withstand the counter-attack from the Sarkath barracks as long as the Dukes and the Sarkaths open fire on each other. The chance is ours to take. Plan will go smoothly. Yes, I'm just somewhat uneasy. There's something here that's stifling me. I don't know what it is. At first I thought it was just how heavy the atmosphere was in Northport, and after that I thought Teresa was wanting to show me something again. Doesn't seem like either of those. I mean, when I was aboard the land ship, I met some who called you the King of Sarkaz. They were Sarkaz themselves. What does that mean to you? You clearly aren't a Sarkaz. Do you hope to be a ruler who can lead her subjects, or a hero who spearheads the charge? Siege runs a light sigh of kings at her side, but it is still ice cold as ever. Siege, I have to confess. There was a future Theresa showed to all of us. I still firmly believe that the future she recounted is worth living for. But she gave the crown to me, yet didn't tell me just how I should arrive there. And now she's stood opposing us. Technically against her will. I can only try to convince myself that this is her way of testing me. I haven't actually decided how I'll face her. She say to me, how will she look up on what I'm doing? You're telling me you have all this info about the King of Sarkaz, and you clearly know what it's meant or what the future plans for that is, but no one has informed the doctor yet. I could remember. I just remember Patriot hating this. To the point where he was literally dying and still tried to harm Amiya. But yeah, I can't wait for the event. Hoping that sheds some clues on the fucking sarcasm sancta. Will the path I chose by myself disappoint her? I don't know if I'm someone worth handling the authority of the King of Sarkaz. I also want to know the origin of your arts. And why do we need to contain it? The hero who can cleave apart a catastrophe. The monarch who can unite the citizenry. How am I meant to do that? How am I meant to respond to the hopes that heavy? Tear down a wall or persuade the fears? Shout to the people or use silence to display my mercy? Not good at. Well, you're good at smashing. Not good at any of that, and Gawain never taught me yet. Is Gawain the spirit, Lions? I spend most of the time with the Glasgow gang, beating up rowdy drunkards, running with my friends to help them shake the coppers. That is all I know. Yeah. And I learned a few things at Road Silence, but that wasn't going to help me figure out what I should do. I thought it would click when I came back. But once Morgan took the lead on the people here calling me Her Royal Highness, still couldn't find a thing to say. To do, so glad it was just a temporary trick to keep everyone placated. Placated. Then what if I do genuinely take that route? Just couldn't ignore how these people were suffering, that's all it was. Now it's becomes this. Perhaps that much is enough. Teresa once told me that the King of Sakas wasn't a duty. I too just didn't want to turn away. That depends. Which part? Me being a war commander? Doctor still suffering or not knowing what he is? Or him trying his best to still research orthopathy even though the cure is, well, obviously also not needed. Especially on how Enfield is shaping up. Yes. Small tusk beast to keep, ideally in a forest behind the manor for walks and pondering questions of literature and poetry and such. I'm ashamed to say I'm a lousy poet. Sometimes I get some practice works of mine published in London Museum's daily literary supplement. The man before you fiddles with his hat, or visibly embarrassed. Critics take no notice, but it sends me over the moons. Still, you know that that's not an easy life to make real. Deal never is. This is the age we've been cast into. All we can do is act in the way it educates us to. Who was here just now? The owner? You bring that operators of yours out of this hotel and continue on with your mission as previously discussed. And when it's done, I'll give you Her Royal Highness Alexandrina a referral to the Duke. Not as a pawn or a hostage, but as a guest and a friend. You can be assured to forever honor her commitments as a tenet of her ladyships. More interested in a Victorian than a Sarkaz. Of course, we're in Victoria after all. Don't be fooled by her appearances. You'll think this plate is no more than lovable little sarcasm. Oh, she's talking about Ines. I thought he was talking about Windermere's child. Naruhodo. Nope. Miserable then, suit yourself. While you are occupied with proclaiming yourself the royal heiress apparent to Victoria and giving the infected their jabs, I'll be busy anyhow. There are common Londinium folk in torment here. Those aside, there are great numbers of people taking care to cover the tracks. What your motives? Luke, I sir wishes sincerely that Victoria regains its glory after it strides over the coals, but some aren't envisaging the same thing. I drew them out, it's another part of my work. While saving the citizens here is nothing to do with you. Let me guess, you're ready to pull from the textbook to criticize me. So, no. It has something to do with it. I pray wholeheartedly that every person may live in peace and good health. But it's not possible, is it? Some people can cling to the now, tweaking every little thing by themselves. But somehow wait your callings to undertake. It's not what they wish for. Seeking a future where a nation can find its footing. Respect the former type, but all the same, hope you wouldn't reject the latter. The Duke could claim the same thing. They all think they're seeking a future for the nation. That's the source of the disasters Victoria's in now. Deny it. Some superficials would say the Dukes are merely contesting over authority and advantage. It appears you're not one of them, Doctor of Rhodes Island. Doctor! Authority is only a means and advantage is only a tool. What the Dukes are truly vying over are the qualifications to lead this country into the future. Victoria has been dust-laden for the sarcasm will be sandpaper that wipes Victoria clean. With some polishing, our nation will shine with glory again. Really are a lousy poet, Mr. Trial by Asher. Well, you're back. See, you're finally here, Miss Innes.
身の程を知らない高波が堅固な岩礁にぶつかって弾けたようですね。
So they know each other? Fleeting Shadow. Arknights? Actually, the Arknights kinda suck on this story because your DP can even go up to 30. Well, not for a while.
これだけの頭数を揃えるのも一苦労なんだから、なるべく被害を避けるようにね。
Red Blade. Right now I remember that the Rose Islands uniform. Mr. got us out of it. And if memory serves, Miss Susie went to some Rhode Islands after living in Caledon too. They should be a good bunch. Why help Miss Susie otherwise? God. They're helping the infected here too. The good ones always choose too much responsibility for themselves. Make contact, for the love of God, Red Blade. Unless the reunion really is planning something else. Oh wow, some responsibilities weren't meant for anyone to bear. Silence? Maybe they went down the wrong path from square one. It's like Nine said. Okay. It's still part of the union then. Injections and tablets won't solve oropathy. The body can hurt less, but others won't change the way they look at you so easily. We need to force them to see us. Our voices to admit we're not just forcing ulcers on them. What do you think? We're gonna meet long enough friends. Any real ideas about what I just mentioned? And part of our objective. I'm guessing we can keep doing each to our own. And leave. Since Dublin is in the mix now, it's about time I get them evacuated. A few more people. Now, let's go rendezvous with her. 9? Call yourself a poet. Met a few poets before, all far better than you, because never misused their metaphors. Dust, sandpaper. Out of this plate, this nation, even the entire land itself, who's the dust and who's the sandpaper? And how are you qualified to decide who's who? War doesn't do metaphor in any way. It's not some terrific journey, it's not some furnace for glory once again. It is some ships sailing for revival. It's not. It's just people struggling in mud, arms broken in ruins, stenches that never fade. That's all it is. I know that better than anyone. But I do need an answer as to my proposal for promoting from pawn to friend. What was Delphine's response? She's agreed, as long as both we and her can leave this place alive. She's already left at the comp station, the broadcast will be out. There's a shame. Didn't need to go that far. You've turned down an invitation from Victoria. I'm not good about. Do. Hello. I know who you are. Dublin. Very clamorous local. Should I refer to you as captain of the Red Steel Guard or the Brigadier of Dublin? Such a surprise to see your people. Finally, an enter this log. Anyone mucking in the Northport gang either came out an orphanage or plain lost anyone to fall back on. That's for us too, pretty much, I figure. There'll be a way. We'll find some way to feed ourselves. We'll go often join those rust hammers. They love to tell stories about them, don't they? You are not infected though. Pretty sure the rust hammers are only infected specifically. Won't catch me dead being a Duke's Estate refugee at any rate. Down on my knees begging those ivory tower shits for my bowl. Oh. That's not daylight out of sarcasm. Baird, I've lost enough living through all this. Can't just abandon the final specs I still have. This pain, this torment, turns me, crushes me softer after all. Then I may as well be dead in an alley. Hard to criticize being crushed, Gather. Nobody's actually got a spine of steel. During the day, I went to the video shop. Karen wasn't there fighting over that luggage thing of supplies. But I thought he might have had an accident. Always thinks everyone's up to something, the weirdo. You've gone and drunk plenty of his squash, haven't you? May he live forevermore. He alright? Still alive? Out of the video shop was wretched. I'd guess he's been raided a bunch. I tried calling for him, but no response, so I thought he was hiding somewhere else. Until I saw him through his window. One nailed shut. Just a crack. Just a crack left. Saw his eyes bulging out of their sockets, covered in blood. Terrified, desperate. Didn't dare look at him again. I don't think he can come out of there anymore. You say soft. Told him that, but we know we're not that far off ourselves. Be tough, we'll have to survive Sarka's likely counterattack, and the artillery from the Duke's forces. But it's not at all impossible. Right now, we need to figure out what moves the Sarka's barracks are going to make against us. Your Majesty, how reliable of you. You're really like a child turned 180 degrees just because you know that he's a fucking... she's a noble and king of that. Tyler, please. I might have the privilege of your orders again. I'm doing what would say a king is. A vassal? I've said 1,000 times, I'm just fiend of the Glasgow gang. I just realized I've never honestly thought about the question before. Maybe I'm clueless how, aside from all that praise about honor and majesty, what a king is to you? No, to us, a thing that exists. It doesn't. It's nothing. No king's ever meant shit to us. I'm happier giving my respect to the tuck shop owner who does discount for me when I've not got enough in my purse. There's always had a king since ancient time. And who were they? I'm terribly sorry, but I'm not some hoity-toity Aszien or Draco. I've never met one neither. They're nowhere except a few in a book. I know Chef Vito of the Syracusan restaurant ads better than I do them. We haven't had a king for how many years? Are our lives any worse? Fine, maybe they are. But I really doubt it's anything to do with whether we've got a king or not. Like if it's you or whatever heavyweight taking the throne, you're not gonna be looking us down here in the eye. By your definitions, a foolish king gets lost in banquets and wine, but a wise king draws up a war in taxes. If you ask me, it's ego chasing no matter which. Vanity of thinking you can control everything. Full stop. Everyone in Norport's bowing down to you as their one hope. So you tell me, you having fun? You think saving them is your glorious bloody calling? I'd never say calling, just kind of responsibility, like they're watching you. You need to answer them. Somebody mess you in, poor old Royal Highness. I'd ask, but you know full well. Are they willing to pin their sights on you because you're a member of a street gang? Or because you're a bombshell of a surname, Victoria? I'll be frank, I just as much been hoping for someone to save all this, save all of us, save this bloody endless gas pit. And is going to do that. Quit daydreaming. Daring to bear the responsibility is a fine moral thing that helps us muck our way in the street siege. But don't give people false hope with that king persona. And don't ever buy that they were right to expect this shit of you since the day you were born. Clear-headed, finally. Sarkaz. But it's a whole army keeping us in here. Even if the sneak attack goes well, they'll retaliate fast unless. From the zone's walls, searchlights throw down beams of death pale light. Dublin. You're well versed in the odors that pervade Norport. Here, the smell of fresh blood fills the air. Get out of here fast. Together, every citizen we can still find on this plate. Still don't have the word back from Miss Innes and the doctor. Just a few. And now, their side's going smooth. Sorry to meet them. Dublin. It's an Aszien. That's fine, she'll make the call herself. Damn it, the door has been sealed. Let's stay behind. Old man, please. Eh. If some complimentary tea brought out to you all otherwise. Is there anything I might be able to help you with? Old Wellington wasn't willing to let this place off after all. Or Duke Castor. Would you allow me to leave now? You and that blue-haired feline are staying. I imagine the Duke of Castor and the Duke of Wellington have an unspoken agreement on this standing off against Sarkaz front. And as for the goals of each one of us, some unspoken agreement too. I simply obey the orders I receive. Are all Terrans as dear as you? Sense of humor is reserved for my friends. Wonderful. I love making friends. Being fellow they're not Victorians. Why don't we start by complaining about the weather? It's been horrible. It's only getting worse. Yes, it's raining fucking Originum dust. Actually saw the sun some days, 40 years ago. Our hotel was much better than now too. What an incredible place it was. I still remember to this day when I first came on as a doorman. Okay, back then, even the dukes loved staying here. He's needed sarcasm. Sir, I'm truly sorry, but it is my hope you'll regard me as a Victorian much like you. We are the people of Victoria. What need do we do have for attentions like this, no? Heard to see a sarcasm of identifying us as a Victorian. Is it your case much along the same lines as mine, miss? Well, no. Us sarcasm living outside of Gazdel have to find home for ourselves, don't we? Afraid most sarcasts don't think so. That's why they're always so despondent, so wary. In my view, I've lived here all my life. Every wall and every floor is a familiar one to me. More familiar than castles so far away. Pardon my negligence these days, but I'd wipe every table spotless by myself in older times. Was proud of my work. You really should have seen what it was like back then. Oh, different times. They put me under the illusion that days like those would last forever. But times like those have come to an end. First of all, it really is a shame we came to work here after the place declined. It was as ravaged by the war and chicken troubles as everything else now. Honestly, might have been taking things better myself. What hurts me is, one afternoon like all the afternoons that used to be, I finished wiping the tables, lifted my head, and it suddenly hit me how old everything around me was. How I was clueless how it even happened. I am now very concerned on who the old man is, considering we have a walking skinwalker right now. Aan het geheim, dat is het daar. Okay. I see.
誰を餌にするか決まった？あまりまた足元を見てみなさい。
じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を傾けて。
階級の戦場に積もる恨みは足元を見てみなさい。あまり待たせないで。空気の陸地乾きすぎね。
Okay, serious space.
What?
Hiya! Take like the water. Want a candy?
I wasn't paying attention.
行ってドクター。できるだけ遠くまで。ここは私が何とかするから。
That's easier. You're in for the trust. I don't need Kate here anymore. Problem with Chongyu is that we have to ramp up. Florence is unironically actually good here.
ちょうどよかった。暇してるところだったから。
The way seems kind of rough. Careful, you don't want to trip.
誰を餌にするか決まった？
あっちに行く。すぐカート、クソ村に地雷を仕掛けて。
時間をかけるつもりはない。
絶望の匂いまではカムフラージュできないわ。
了解。カート、クソ村に地雷を仕掛けて。
いいとこ選んでくれたじゃねえか。
すぐベッド。
ハンマー一発。
この時より秋だ。
命令を。無駄だ。
どうすれば足元を見てください。
スイドリル、穴を開けて。
どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。私に
すぐそばにいる。声を出さないで。すぐドリル、穴を開けて。
あまりの恐怖を隠せない。
了解。じゃあ計画通りに。
わかった。目を凝らせ。これこそがイベリアのデストレッツァ。
Easy peasy.
私戦場に積もる恨みはいつか知らん。あまり待たせないで。
Hiya. It's like water.
平和的に解決できるといいですね。彼らの未来ははっきりと見え。
私の万物を一元に収むるは奢々楽々の境地にこそあれ。
This background is still so cool. Oh boy. That's sad. Also dangerous. Grew up here since I was a kid, after all. I'm willing to bet not even or Hannah know Northport as well as I do, let alone Siege. You always went around town back then. Never had nothing to do. Eh. Get back of my hand, I know Northport like my palm. Every little crease and fold and you know, I was off trying to find all these people I've known for yonks. Tried looking for McLaren again, and it's not that he won't respond to us. He's gone deaf. I saw blood coming from his ear. I had a quick note for him, should have seen it clear as day, but he just went and hid back inside. And Karsh guy who ran the record store used to trick me into buying awful vinyls. Just steal his stuff. Don't know how much money I was wasted at his. His legs, one of his legs is nothing like a leg should look like. God knows how he shoveled over here. Brenda. No one doing import clothes. He always lent me these fashion magazines from London to read. I did some treatment on her burns for her, but continue that. Come on. And Claire Eileen Ito. I know every one of them. It was just this. What the hell did we come back? All we can do is watch on while this happens if we don't have any way to change anything. Maybe we should have just forgotten about this place at all. You know, I've read the heroes' sagas, the terrific adventures and journey and chivalry and justice, defeating the evil. But anyone outside of the heroes just a backdrop to the legend. They just exist in the story, so the main character has someone to talk to, a chance to grow. I also that thought of kind of story I was always so bleeding proud of myself. Oops. I don't know every one of them. God's sakes, I know every one of them. I guess would be some bloody outline of a Monster Rex village. Hero kills monster, it's not that simple. Revenge story. 20 years I've lived my life with them in my life. They're not names for a grieving hero to check out off out loud. They're not flashbacks they can just stuff into an aside before they kill a villain. Shouldn't be. It's rightfully yours to create eternal legends of yet another Aszien king? Or do you do it to come back home? You can tell me we just need to hold on a little longer. Memory, she's practically never seen Morgan crying outside of the rooftop. Sigh of Kings is ever ice cold, Sigh of Kings is ever silent. I just was walking on the street and up, and it all hit me. We've lost Northport Borough. We really have. Runs back out. The room falls silent. I got the past liveliness and merriment that took place. In here was one long hallucination. The furnishings, same as they were, hardly different from when they left. Nothing remains here. Over the prior days, she just constantly, subconsciously been feeling the sword named the Sigh of Kings. Once again, out of habit, she puts her hand to the hilt. Some sort of motivation, even some kind of duty or preordained self-sacrificial destiny would be fine. Again and again, she is left disappointed. Agent simply fell upon the wrong person and chose her. The sword and her teacher fostered too much of an illusion in her, to the point she thought that she could be some kind of symbol. I came back, just so I wouldn't regret it. Just so I wouldn't realize years down the line that I never did anything which could. I don't know where I'll go from here, but I just can't bear this. I haven't seen many spoilers on how episode 13 looks like. Still looking for music. And I have not seen you doing anything major. Fable, Mr. Colbert. Are you attempting to describe Victoria? Fable? No. I don't like to beat around the bush when I talk. I'm just waxing nostalgic as the old do. I have to pass the time talking about something, sitting here. May I just say that I pay more attention to the future, sarcasm Victoria. Taran, you make ample preparations. Presumably you've brought a considerable headcount in. But on the other hand, I think to be battling for life and death. Stay put here and behave, and nothing will happen. You're out to monopolize the technology of that airship? And the Duke of Caster's so new to this place just to take a walk? In share. The sarcasm events of the airship can't be that lax. It won't be an easy mission for anyone, certainly. If we work together, then this technology can be to more than just a Duke. I don't care for Victoria. Yeah, I've been saying that. You spoke that our goal. Quite in agreement. Synergy. In the light of that, I will trouble you as little as I can, Battlecaster. Where you were dying to kill me a moment ago. What would you like me to apologize? Your mission failure will incur no more than demotion in the rank, while your life is preserved in any case. We're insistent on commendation and promotion from Duke of Caster. Come to try. Old one, yes. Underlings are stubborn as him. That much I have the privilege of seeing now. Fine, I can stay here and I yield the airship technology to you. But I stipulate something in exchange. Seems you're about to reevaluate our relationship. Indeed it does, Dr. Front's Island. You refuse my offer of kindness, so to be a pawn, you'll have to return. I'll be taking the Realm Blade. Windermere Girl and Alexandrina must die here. Given in, Miss Successor? I did not receive orders to intervene in this. It is an agreement. As long as the deal has been made, Duke of Caster forever honors her commitments, every single one. You have no worries, Brigadier. That's our foremost tenant. Does every Victorian do that? Never ask the people in Crescent for their opinion? I think, Mr. Charby Asher, I just told you a second ago, your metaphors suck. Calling us spawns, that's a metaphor. But it's not a good idea. You're on the wrong team. You don't have to pick a team to start. You can only wait. That Windermere girl is that an illusionist? Shadow Arts Command? Where is she? Present report there, Mr. Trial by Asher. It is a question for tenants after all. Think about honoring commitments forever? No, a different one. Never let the winner take all. This is all meaningless now, Tehran. If this lot send their message out, the Duke's main fleets will be forced to push in. And at that point, the airship goes to wherever it takes it down. It seems none of us will be bringing gold. Fine. What was that? Donkey. Oh, okay. The Duke would rather not fall out with you. Didn't your accent just now amount to a fallout? Fine. Feel free to apologize. May we meet again someday. Army corpses. They did set up people. They're fresh, can have been made long ago. Late cuts, some seem like cauterized. Surprisingly vacant, no one responds. Delphine grips her dagger tight. Her mother always admonished her for not putting more energy into combat training. Being the daughter of the Duke of Windermere of Victoria, her swordsmanship reputed she's got the confidence to take on most enemies. A tangled cord of wires come to Delphine through you, but the device meant to attach them has vanished without a trace. The table is a thick layer of dust. Someone came and took the comm station away. Long beforehand.
Job's done. Be sure to rest up now.
Cauterized with a blade, so a flaming blade. Oh, it's a roadside thingy. Is that the other entrance? I can't see properly. I think it should be.
いつでも行けますよ。
This time it's Iberia. Oh, you're still playing with the memories, I see. Patience, Banshee. These were the most unforgettable days for me. You wouldn't like it here. I certainly didn't like Iberia before that disaster. All that self-aggrandizing, or so self-obsessed, I was through with it. They didn't understand fear. Whereupon the disaster satisfied you? Not some twisted psychopath like Old Red Eye is. Disaster itself was nothing unordinary. When has the land ever been short of disaster? The reunion was also talking about. Why are they connected? When has the land ever been short of disaster? Well, those creatures fascinated me. Ah, the non-Zerg creatures? Yes, they're definitely not Zerg creatures from the sea. I only heard rumors. If, to be honest, those things duly disturb me. August, that's a lie unless you haven't been listening to the reports of Rhode Island. Of course, unless Calcet is also keeping quiet of it. She shouldn't be. They're too removed from us. Then how removed do you consider me from you, Banshee? You should know no matter what aspect I take, none of it none of it is real to me is the real me. Originum leaves an irrefutable brand upon all. As you walk in the forms you do upon this terra firma. Originum leaves an irrefutable brand upon all. Huh. Is Originium the reason why normal animals have become more humanoid? And is it also the reason why old humans became turning? Okay. Well, it's still just a fucking theory for now, but one thing it forgot was the Dematsy. And we still preserve our firstborn form. Firstborn. Do we not count the Agerians as well because they are not infected by Originium? No, with this world, in this state it is, what does spirit even mean anymore? Also the Ferron Moots, aren't they not affected by Originium? I can only chase after the changes it brings me, I can only chase after you. Chase all you create. Every manner of means possible I used. Finding a beer, a wasted town, I moved in here. We moved in there. We made that town run and work, communication, trade, traffic. 200 me's made up one small town. I can't say whether you're lucky or unlucky not to have fallen into insanity yet. Who knows? In any case, the time I spent there left a deep impression on me. So much to manage, I was drowning every night. It gave me the false sense that we fully. But weariness came in the end, as it always does. Giving my undivided attention to the trivial was very amusing. But even summed all together, it still could not give me the answer I was seeking. Till I found them. I heard some call these things the Seaborn. I observed them for a very long time. They remind you of yourself. No, in terms of unity, we far surpass the Seaborn and their army and their many. Okay. So you are not just one. I see. No matter how many appearances we divide into, we are in the end a whole, while the Seaborn have only the choice of joining with the many. But you know what? I envy them. They need nothing more than to heed their instincts. Find food, find nutrients, multiply, evolve. Zerg. Perhaps that word used long just now, purity, should be falling on them. While I remain where I was, watching it all, watching those variegated little beings assimilate a swath of seagrass with them. Think nothing, they do what they're meant to do. Assimilation complete. What of us? What are our instincts? Wow, what happened to me here? And what are we meant to do? Banshee, can you give us any suggestions? Are you laughing? Apologies, Demacy. I am not mocking you by far. They, who could proclaim themselves the oldest kings of the royal court, their majesties the Demacy, are simply looking for the meaning of their life. It's a very important thing, of course it is. I just never would have thought that standing before me was a wayward philosopher. Would you ever guess the years I've spent a professor of philosophy at Victoria's universities? To you, seeking meaning is easy. Excluding the least minority of existences, life can always be considered brief. Find a goal for yourself, to stuff the days full with so that it is so tough. We cannot do that. Your suggestions to Theresa's future? Teresa's, not Teresa. None of it holds our interest. To us, it is no more than passing the time. Why do we hold affection for these things that pass in the blink of an eye? We've exhausted practically every possibility and practically every delight too. I'm beginning to pity you, Demacy. You've found out we're just some old decrepit nothing. It's too anymore. How loud you shouted. Not many know this secret. A few friends of mine taught me this silly game. Go on, Banshee. We're more interested than you supposed. You may have to wait a moment. Somebody, some work has come. Okay. Not here, that is. But I'm afraid we'll need to divert a little attention. What do you mean, not there? I mean, it's not there for God's sakes. Comms post isn't there. There's nothing there. Someone's made off with it. But the Dublin Force is afraid it was long before that. Judging from how thick the dust was, someone must have been eyeing it when Nord was just setting course away from it. The Red Seal Guard Captain would never generally be fooled by us. He'd be very quick to realize the projected message was never sent. But at the very least, we're back at the same starting line. We have a renewed opportunity to go for the gold. First, there was you for the Duke of Castle, now there's Dublin's Spectre. All secretly infiltrated to get onto this plate, which means you want to keep up Northport's surface appearance. Without any way to force the Duke's main armies into mobilizing, our plan's dead in the water. Never try that excuse again, Delphine. As long as your Duke mother learns you're still here, she'll find a way to save you, won't she? I can't guarantee. Admitting you get along with your mother is nothing to be ashamed of. Yes. It's like I really hate that part of you. But alright, I can try. I need high elevation. Get your hopes up. This is your... Oh, it's the whole cutscene when you were revealed in us. Okay. Listen, how much time will your idea need? until sunup. Tell Siege and her city friends to get ready. I wish you all Godspeed, and I look forward to choosing the Sunset Street Hotel again. I've spent some wonderful times here and gotten to know some very fine people. Norport is a lovely, thriving place. Don't let it be reduced to memories and bubbles like this. Rebel. We promise, sir. Come to an end to the conspiracy and disputes. Dispute. There's a prison I truly once told me that perhaps one day everyone on this vast land can fall into peaceful slumber. That can mean two things: everyone fucking dies, or actually peaceful slumber. Amaya. There's a, there's a backbreaker. This hotel's even messier than it was before. People who don't do their own cleaning never know how difficult it is to maintain a bit of order. Percival. Turn off tuna. Fine, go leave this old codger by himself for a bit. The age-riddled hotel owner finds an equally age-riddled armchair. Helps to find a comfortable position sitting down. So that caught this girl. She is the king of sarcasm. Hey, why does every sarcasm also know this? Through feeling. It's getting harder and hard to keep up with all this change. Even I'm a little shocked by it. Maybe I've been slacking on self-change myself. Change isn't progress after all. You're gonna be the skinwalker? Alright, about time I bid farewell to this old friend. To tell the truth, I really did love this place. 2 more months, you should have kept this up, Colbert. Would have imagined after 2 months of the sarcasm army in the city, an old devil would go from cleaner to a hotel owner. Just can't wrap my head around it. The elderly sarcasm stands up and scans over the grand lobby of the Berkeley house. Every single article is near and dear to him. That Ines Caprini says war doesn't do much. Ines is a Caprini? I thought Ines was a snake. I also thought she was a sarcasm. Huh. I thought she was a sarcasm. She's a Caprini. But that's why there were fucking ghosts on her background. Let's see. Also, how does this? Oh god, this old man. Well then, let's restore its original looks. Alright, finally woven rug. It seems more political players and aristocrats than anyone could know. The elderly sarcasm drops a lighter lit of flame. And swiftly the fire reaches high. I'd have found this earlier. Their families will receive compensation payouts if they have families. have to be on guard. No. It was primarily Charlie Commission of Castle arrangements. Sacrifice is unavoidable, mercenary. I thought your captain would have taught you this long ago. You're a general, and they're soldiers. As I am a general, and this is my work. Be it our enemies or ourselves, I must cast each and every life into the escaping maw we call war. And fate spits out the best ending we could wish for. That is all I can achieve in my position. That's why I came to give this all my full attention. To look every pale young face here. I must remind myself that this was a decision I made. I've always liked Mansford's commitment, but unfortunately, working for the wrong guy. I will not say this is the price the Sarkas must pay, mercenary. The Victorians killed them, but it was I that let them be killed by the Victorians. But I have to do it this way. To light a fire. Light a fire that will extend across this great land. And we, the Sarkas, can find a place for ourselves. The room for us to exist only on such a divided land. Mercenary, must learn to familiarize yourself with it. Be familiar with it, hate it, and finally accept it. Guess this is the only way. A bright blaze flames high from the lockdown zone, an old building fiercely burning. No, that is the first flame. That's the old man. So he was working with Manfred, I think. Mercenary, come with me. We must return to the airship. Our guests have already taken their seat. And Manfred is expecting Ines.
Yoshi. 医薬品の準備は揃いました。
That fucking Ines race is fucking tripping me up right now.
この時より秋だ。
I'm very surprised.
万物を一元に収むるは奢々楽々の境地にこそあれ。聞いてるけど。
How far is your range? 2 squares, just 1 square? Okay.
Okay, serious space. You coalesce.
Oh, she's gonna die.
Want a candy?
Oh. Gamble?
階級陸空に積もる恨みは絶望の匂いにカムフラージュできない。
Oh, that's a landable. Oh.
空気の陸地乾きすぎね。
あっちに行く。 らに地雷を仕掛けて。カート、クソ村に地雷を仕掛けて。すぐそばにいる。こい
誰を餌にする？
手続き、砂に沈みて。
足元を見てみなさい。あまり絶望の匂いまでカムフラージュできないわ。
Should have realized that tile way earlier.
くそ、この程度で私は倒れないから。
Mm-hmm. Bum bum bum.
明確な作戦目標だな。了解した。
This might be enough, I think.
みんな、ロドスに勝利の知らせを持って帰ろうね。まずはこっちを片付ける。ライト、付近の敵を妨害。
Okay, serious space.
I don't have any units. Whoops.
了解。ライト、付近の敵を妨害。ここでは何も起きていない。
Want a candy? Now's not the time for hellos.
さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を傾けて。階級の万物を一元に収むるはシャシャ楽々の境地にこそあれ。ドリル、穴を開けて。遺言の伝達、断る。さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。遺言の伝達、断る。指定の位置に向かう。私についてきて。永遠の故郷に帰りましょう。階級万物を一元に収むるはシャシャ楽々の境地にこそあれ。ここでは何も起きていない。さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。まずはこっちを片付ける。ライト、付近の敵を妨害。次、ベッド、敵を左に引きつけて。強目を削除すれば干潮倫理たり。了解。じゃあ計画通りに。
Hello?
これで静かになってくれるな。指定の位置に向かう。
平和的に解決できるといいですね。
ここでは何も起きていない。
Way too close. We're only a few hours away from the sunrise Miss Innes has stipulated. Need to hurry up the pace of our evacuation up. Say, haven't you forgotten something even more important, Dr. Frode's Island? You're actually going with us, okay. There's the airship too. Yes, and we in Dublin are starting from the same line again. Which means time is of the essence. To forever abide by commitments is not solely what we ask for ourselves, but of those we make deals with too. You finally made it. I almost got offed by that red steel guard boy. Your Grace is very satisfied with your indolence. Your methods are too tepid. Or is it that you're coaxing Alexandrina, playing on her sympathies? That's a very strange, grave accusation. I am unconditionally loyal to her Grace. Much is obvious. We still review your excuse in hindsight. For now, though, there is no time. Stay put, Rhodes Island there. What are you doing? Arts in black, just as the fresh intel described. You have kept it very well hidden, Rhodes Island. To think that this quarters is the Sarkaz very Lord of Fiends. Very interesting. Perhaps this is an issue that can't be solved without. Poet. Do not have recognized this as a further failure of her duties. By what means does her Grace hope for me to remedy this? While you were chatting with Dublin, we have had the position of the airship's dock confirmed. It is a treacherous in there. But our fresh intel tells us the Lord of Fiends will have some way to handle it. So little Lord of Fiends, you'll cooperate with us, won't you? What about that Windermere girl? Forget trying to make up for things. The technology of the airship is our #1 priority. Poet. At least change his name to Poet now. Because there are 3 or 2 fucking different Traba Asher. They can go with notified about everyone we could find. And that caps off all we can do. Amia isn't back yet, and neither the doctor nor Ines have been in touch. Looks like summer's caught fires outside again. That's where the hotel is. Wanna go take a look? What is sprinting like that for? Where's the Rhodes Island slots? I'll lay it out straight. Listen up, Alexandria have been for you. Ami and the doctor get pushed by the child by Asher into fulfilling that deal. They need to find the airship. Duke Wellington's army is on this plate already. Afraid Duke Caster's reinforcements are here too. They're all out to win the technology behind the Sarkaz airship. None of them will let their rivals have the advantage of getting it first. Norports become the Duke's wrestling ring. As exactly knowing. What about the broadcast? You know, pushing the Dukes into officially attacking this place. I think that she'll do all she can to make it happen. She says she needs until sunrise. Got it. Assuming the Dukes go with direct confrontation. After all, how much time do we still have? As long as Miss Inna succeeds, the Duke of Windermere's high-speed warship should be approaching not long. Son, about that. Is this a backup warship, or is that the warship that's been fucked and burned down? You've got a hell of a lot of people gathered here. People who aren't here probably already got the news. Anyone who does want to come with us, keep with the procession. So I suggest before the Duke's warship officially encroaches, we continue to wait here. With the present circumstances, going out in the streets is not a good idea. Doesn't matter if it's Wellington or Caster, they won't hold back against anyone they think it's in the wood. Nah, we're best off leaving now. Sarkaz barracks around the barricade wall got ambushed. Odds are more than likely some Duke's forces did it. We should get as close as we can to the part of the wall that's thin on defenses. Oh, it's still night. Importantly, we need to let them all know everyone's still peeping out from behind their windows that said was true. This evacuation isn't some scheme to nab the last of their reserves. It's not some sarcasm trap to wipe them out. Establishing trust is a challenge. One and only way to do it is for them to see real action. The books you asked for me last time. Spent age searching in those Londinium libraries, not even knowing Victorian. Grab some poor feline in the end to find your stuff. Thank you. Sometimes I see you writing and drawing in this blank book too. Don't just read, write your own stuff too. I've never been to Kazel, but I hear they've got a whole Sarkaz University underground there. A teacher there? I'm just like you, putting my life up for sale. Well, this book's really that fun to read. It'll end fine enough, but similar events keeps repeating over and over. All the authors can do is keep writing fun enough endings. I've gotten sick of it. General Manfred made us lock you in here, but hasn't given any further orders since. How did you offend him? Maybe he just thought jail would be more peaceful for me. It's easier in here to do whatever I'd actually like to do. It's reading? Really a boring guy then. Here us Sarkaz are going to get some real good news real soon. Good. So good it'll stun the entire land. It's just going to be a drag to talk to. Honestly, yes. Seriously, what a drag. Alright, I'm changing chefs. You behave in here. Don't forget your promise to pay me for the books. The Royal Court soldier's silhouette disappears with a wobble into an prison's corridor, and very soon a different set of footsteps come into earshot. It's but there is only quiet. Ah, it is the scene for our... Okay. Crew are all aboard the airship now. Understood. Recut? Have you ever read a book called A History of Sarkaz War? No. You should. I have a copy in my drawer. You can take it. The Veritine's story? It is History Annals. I said that already. You're asking a sort of question. I disapprove of near to every viewpoint expressed in it. The weakness, the grief, the crushing. But still, recognize that it is a book whose pages are soaked in blood. Oh, the writer described the war we're seeing right now. I'm as curious as you. Oh, that's Hodier's writing.
皆さんのご
I
活
think,
躍
maybe.
本当に目を見張るものでした。素晴らしかったですよ。
Of 16. Don't look up, don't stare. Allies have greatly reduced cost limit. That's very direct. It's also zero. Ah, okay. That's why. Story stage? So this is the airship. All our attempts to infiltrate it ended in failure. Anyone who approached simply vanished into thin air. Is that someone's sarcasm witchcraft? Surely the Lord of Fiends would know how to neutralize it. Is Teresa here? That is far too thick, far too cry of war spoken. I mean, I can hardly stand. Neutralize it with your witchcraft or else. I'm late. I'm down as colon. This was all my colleague's plan. I tried to talk him out of it. I don't intend to harm your doctor. You're just getting a deal done. You'll be fine. You'll be the witness. Get out of my way. You can feel it because you're not sarcasm. We're coming face to face with our history, the sum of sarcasm's millennia of suffering. Yep. It is angry, it's screaming, and it's making all of us listen to it. No wonder. Dukes are going to be disappointed. This is no engineering or technology that can be copied. The ship itself is a revenant. I've heard that line before. Or I've heard what that revenant is before. But the sarcasm were already here. The proud Sakas never surrendered. We fought back. We fought rage with rage. They will taste the fruit of vengeance. But Kazdel was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Despicable. They stopped at nothing. They were cunning, shameless, cruel. How dare they trample upon pure Kazdel? How dare they? Just the illusion. Kazdel was destroyed. King of Sarkas and the royal court led us in fight against the scum. Okay, Sarkas will not permit such shameful failure. I wonder if they also have a hive mind going on, thing like the Sancta. God. The only thing I'm thinking about is the fucking event. Need to focus on this. But those cowardly Sarkas call themselves the Sancta. Deserted their duty. They betray their people, betray themselves. I know it. Okay. Oh, I want the event to happen now. I want to read the event now. I've been having this fucking theory ever since the first guiding ahead event, and ever since I've been reading on what the fuck is Mostima. Oh boy. I have also been wondering why the Sarkas are not specifically demons. To be fair, this has been an obvious thing for a while now, but for fuck's sake, an official statement from the game. Finally. The walls fell again, and with it, our dream. No matter, the traitors will be purged. Kazdel will stand again. As long as the King of Sarkas still stands, we will never fall. The shadows. No, it's not like the shadows from Ines' art. What is it? That of the airship shadow doctor. It's gonna knock to the ground. Save him! Suffocating black, suffocating despair, suffocating fury. The King of Sarkas will lead us, the King of Sarkas will lead us. 34 times did Kazdel fall. 34 times. 675 times did Kazdel. What the fuck am I counting? 3,425 one times did Kazdel fall. The shortest it took was 3 days between the rebuilding of Kazdel's wall and the hooves of Pegasi trampling it to dust. know about this at least. Time and time again, Castle was destroyed. Time and again, it was rebuilt. I must change our forces and theirs, but the way has never ended. Our resistance never wavered. To each rebuilding, Castle took longer than the previous one. Our civilization was devastated, our arts were forgotten. Arts. That is not fucking true. Unless this is something different. We still have our hatred, the King of Sarkaz will slay our foes with it. I am proud of this, of our unwavering resolve. What do I see? Twisted Chimera. Up. An Outblood King. The King of Sarkaz stands before me is an Outblood, not a real Sarkaz. This crown is not yours to wear, this pain is not yours to stand with, this fury is not yours to stand for. Answer me, impostor, answer me for it. Answer the Revenant's question. Open your eyes and see, false king. What do you see? Look at me, it's a Revenant's witchcraft. I saw tears. I saw deep, heavy sorrow. Has this sorrow always been with you? Sorrow, this is no sorrow. I feel no sorrow anymore. You have scorched your wound with the flames of rage. It is painful. I know what is real and what is false. Answer my question. How dare you? Twisted Outblood. How dare you? Carry the burden of the Sarkaz. Escalon stumbles. Fine, Samia. You cannot see her face, you only know she is looking up. You're right, Revenant. You should see. I have seen. I've seen it all. All 3,421 destructions. Every brick that turned to ash. I saw the resistance of every king of Sarkaz. I saw their hearts, and each of every one of them. I saw the tears and blood swallowed. I saw the dust and unbroken pieces. Familiar silhouettes fall, overlapping with one another. Familiar scenes replay themselves. I have seen, I see. I will see. I never averted my eyes, Revenant. I will remember. Every hard decision, every death and sacrifice, every destruction, every... Did you see, Chimera? Did you see? Imposter. This is not a single moment that I do not experience it. Feel the burning flame. There is not a single moment. Did you? Yes, you could see it like a map, like a play, a merely passerby watching from above the cliffs. But I denounce you, false king. I despise you, not because of your foolishness, not because of your arrogance, not because of your conceit. It's because you can never truly stand with us. But I've tried. Tried? You can try not to avert your eyes. You can still turn away anytime you choose. You're not a Sarkaz. You will never be. The souls of the Sarkaz reject you. Call our fate pain. Say you try to endure it, but we are fated to be buried by it for eternity. Say you have the courage, but if the day comes that you can take it no more, you can abandon us. How many seasons have you seen? How dare you promise that you won't? No, you will. You will because you can. How could Sarkaz pick such a king? How could Sarkaz accept such a king? Theresa wanted me to be. She said we can share in the same feelings even if we're not of the same blood. she was a fool. If you truly share the same feelings, now that you have seen it all, why do you come before me? Why do you try to stop this war? She wants to stop this war. She has seen the anger, the pain, the longing. Why does she want to stop this war? There's no other way for the Sarkaz. Sarkaz could come to any other answer after coming face to face with it all. But Amir realizes, for an instant, she understood. It's his choice. Drown tears with tears and bury suffering with suffering. Only scorched earth will bring new life to the Sarkaz. I renounced this path. The Revenant was right. If she renounced it, she can never truly stand with them. She can leave. Get out. Get out of us. Shadow wriggles furiously, splitting apart a group so thick it seems to take a physical form. The chaotic shadow of the Revenant emerges from the empty shipyard. The purple flame impacts the black shadow. You interest me, Revenant. What ember will you leave behind when you burn? Blana. Nothing in the mission brief said she would show up. They're right, I can't stand with them. That's why it has to be you. Vegas Fire is getting closer. She's strong, we shouldn't try to fight her here. Interesting. Rhodes Island. Seem to hear that name often, so lately. That was a very distracting General de Draco. Pay no heed. Her flames burn nothing but her own short-sighted ambition. Lead us away from here, great Revenant. This shipyard is too small for your fury. The noises of the outblood are not worth your time. I have heard from the Regent. He is ready. Knew it. Manfred was expecting all of this. Your Royal Highness. The Sarkaz airship has taken off and is slowly turning towards Londinium. The Delship squadrons are ready to intercept on the perimeter. Other regiments are also assembling. The Duke of Windermere's fleet is already deployed near the plate. Duke of Cass's ships are also in movement and will likely approach in short order. Okay. Old man. Our the Dukes are a little late. Wonder if that'll tell. What are you doing here? You're a Sarkaz mole in Londinium? No, Colbert. Just a Sarkaz cleaner who thinks he's Victorian. What about you? Ah, I knew it. Okay. Guess some poor souls made to come out and work while having a chat with a friend. You're such a spoiled sport, Draco. Why not have a chat with me? Give us a break. Get this over with. Clouds burn red. Oh, so it's still a real stage. This. What is that? I'm gonna see them die, will I?
遠くに火を望んだところで暑さはわからないさ。この時より秋だ。
ここを死守します。
I have 20 HP. Okay. I'm gonna try
私に巡
something.
ってきたのかな。かしこまりました。
We exactly have enough HP. Oh. Oh. I just realized. The blonde is helping us. Yeah, okay. Well, was helping us. I have 11 HP and there is 19 out of 29. I do have enough HP. Without doing anything. That is a story note. Well, this is new. Why are you an enemy? You're supposed to be with us. You're an enemy, right? Yeah. Okay. This is a cool stage.
Mission accomplished. 体勢を立て直してください。残りの敵は私が何とかします。
Oh, okay. Fun to see that though.
Yama yamaへ捧げましょう。あなたのための祈りを。
遠くに火を望んだところで暑さはわからないさ。まずはこっち
Remember
を片付
correctly,
け
the first 4 are fine.
両ドリル穴を開けて。
Not sure if you are fine.
ここを死守します。ドリル穴を開けて。 すぐレッド鉄撃砂に沈みて相思未だ報いず。了解。すぐライト付近の敵を妨害。安心して、きっと大丈夫だから。すぐライト付近の敵を妨害。
Is this Skinwalker attackable?
了解。カートクソ村に地雷を仕掛けて。
Can you please tag them? I just want to see. They're not, okay.
Want a candy?
このぐらいまで同胞たちすぐに着くから。
階級の万物を一元に収むるは奢々楽々の境地にこそあれ。私に凶悪を直除すれば官庁倫理たり。
最後まで私はあやつらが何のために剣を手にしたか分かりませんでした。もしかしたら本人たちにも分かっていないかもしれない。
Ah, flyers. Are those just suicide spin wheels? So I don't have to. I hope they are, so I don't need to bring out an anti-air. Why do I feel like you're gonna die though?
「道中で気力を使いすぎないように」。
逃げたい？じゃあその前に金目のものは置いてってもらうよ。
I do need that here. なるほど。
勝つも負けるも兵法家の常さ。時期を逸せず身体を見極められているならまだ終わりではないよ。
Bene, darò un'occhiata al tuo piano e vedrò se combacia col mio lavoro.
Straight. Keep putting on defenders and I keep saying that we don't have enough deep for defenders.
Bene, darò un'occhiata al tuo piano e vedrò se combacia col mio lavoro.
Correct one? Yes.
Bene, darò un'occhiata al tuo piano e vedrò se combacia col mio lavoro.
W もこのチームに？別に。ただあいつが今回何を企んでるか 考えてるだけ。
明確な作戦目標だな。了解した。派手にやる必要はない。
主の名を掲げ、この旗
血は残すな。後片付けが面倒になる。
聞いてるけど、
信号は誰が戦場で旗を武器にするんだよ。
どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。
Mettiamo fine a questo trambusto il prima possibile.
あまり待たせないで。
I can't. That's funny.
何を片付ければいい？指定の遺言の伝
It's
達。
5.
断る。
どうすれば絶望の匂いもカムフラージュできない。
Ow.
遺言の伝達。断る。
安心して、きっと大丈夫だから。やるべきことを。
誰が戦場で
That's
旗を
fine.
武器にするんだよ。
すぐに解決
I didn't mean to kill this. Whoops.
どうぞ続け。おもちゃで遊ぶのもここまで。
半歩だって引かない。くだらない。私の前で瞬きできる人なんて。
即戦即決。
I am fighting for more than just the law.
逃げる前には
空気陸地乾きすぎね。
どうぞ続き。気をつけなさい。この海流は脆弱な命を飲み込みますよ。
You know, I wanted to use Ferment to fucking put them here.
遺言の伝達。断る。指定の位置に向かう。
待つことさあ。
There is no such thing as absolute justice, but I still invoke it.
くだらない。Mission accomplished.
There are more people following than I thought. You don't necessarily think that they have a chance with you. Stand. They don't stand behind me because they trust me, they just don't have any other choice. Footsteps are convincing. The more people join us, the less others will hesitate. When we and Her Royal Highness arrive at the blockade or Cannon Father, I'll be standing at the forecador. Sky, the Sarkaz airship, taking off. Now that's... Crowd falls silent, gazing up at the airship above. In the eyes, it's reflected to the eerie purple flame slowly falling towards the ground. The cold flame impacts the earth, the sparks flying onto the crowd as though they had a mind of their own. Fire spreads uncontrollably, instantly engulfing the refugees. To the ground, screaming. And their lifeless bodies rise from the fire. Purple flame of desire burning their eyes. Dead silence. All present bore witness to the miracle. Out of those devil streaks. They won't even let us die. The rain of purple fire descends like the mantle of death itself. Fear spreads in the crowd. Silence is broken, replaced by panic. From the fire. The houses by the streets are burning. See that siege? What? This purple fire is beyond the sarcasm. I've heard stories of the dead coming back to life. Stories about a Draco. The leader of Dublin, the Red Dragon of Avarice. She is here. Her flame descends upon us. I'm pretty sure the other one is the Red Dragon, but she had her ambition no more siege. I don't care who she is. All I care is that we need to run. Looks like age has not taught you patience. Why do you fear my fire, if you're so eager to fight me? Or have you forsaken the intelligence that you were so proud of once you began serving the Regent? Interesting, little Draco, your fire, very interesting. If you know about our existence, then you know that this vessel is simply one of our innumerable fragments. This is simply a little warning, delivered in passing. You're not in our field of view. Your soul is too shallow, too barren. You do not even attempt to hide the flame of your ambition. Desire for power in your eyes. That's a very familiar line. Unlike the Banshee, whom we are speaking to even now, you're not even interested in asking any questions of you. I have no need to hide. The fire burns away all as it does now. I can't wait until the cluster of Damatsi kneel before me in fire. Do you hear the sound of screaming beneath your feet, hatchling? I lead them, they adore me. This is my duty. You do not understand, ancient wanderer. Many years ago, the country beneath our feet was not the farce it is today. We met a Draco in southern Victoria, one as young as you are now. I lead them. They adore me. He said the same words before his death in battle. How old is this? His brood submitted to the Empire's glow, whether it was the one who made peace with the Aszien or you. How do you think you compare to your conquering forefathers? You're not worthy to speak of my kin's suffering. I am not worthy to speak of the Red Dragon who wrote the history of Terra. But the beautiful memories that you speak of have left Terra a long time ago. The old Draco Kings were no greater than we are. We sought fairness, made his choice, and I made mine. You long-lived, you boast of the seasons that you've seen, the scope of your knowledge. But the wealth that you are so proud of has a change. Life in the slightest. How pathetic. Observe and seek. That is all you have and all. No? Neither of us see the other as a welcome guest. Why not end this pointless argument? Thank you, little Draco, for making this chore somewhat interesting. Do you remember me, Damatsi? There will be a chapter with my name on it in long winding memory. The fire outside. Now's no time to stare. Pack up and let's catch up with... You regret what you said to Vina? I don't know why, it just came out. I didn't mean to blame her. I wanted someone to tell me that the nightmare was over, that everything would get better. That someone used to be Vina. Remember this tape? You spent a pretty penny to get it from McLaren. Bastard lied to me. That was a limited edition and worth a lot. It wasn't wrong. How many times did you watch it? On the sofa? 10, 20? Tell you what, grab it. I'll watch it for 21st time when we get out of here and find our new hideout. How about that? Never changed, did she? It was Norport that changed. Speaking of video, someone's I haven't notified. You go first, tell Vito I'll catch up. You're going to die, god damn it. And I like you. The lights by the street of Norport have gone out. Only purple flames spreading through the city lights Baird's path. Burning silhouettes stare blankly at the sky, listening to the call of the leader. But a dark night conceals the airship in the sky. Not even the purple flames reaching toward the sky could reveal it. Those people, those things looking at. I have to find McLaren, meet up with Vina, it's not safe here. I think it's over here. It's too dark, should have brought my flashlight. These neon signs say lit only. Those burning things had better not jump me like those movie monsters. Third from the left, third from the left. There. The next house is burning, we have to go. All she is a crackling of fire on wood. Bart presses her ear against the gap. And then hears the faint chattering of teeth and agitated breathing echo in the empty house. Karen, thank heavens you're alive. Mayor Morgan said he's deaf, correct. I need a pen. I've got one here in my pocket. Let's see where we need to go. There, take the planks down. Read that out, bloody hell, do you see it or not? There's no time, we need to go. It's okay, McLaren, I just need to pry your windows open. Bard widens the gap in the planks using her knife and tries to pry them open with the handle. We're talking, can't hear you, the planks aren't that tough, hang in there. He's infected. Okay. What is saying there before I spin quickly? Hurry, hurry. Lastly, do you see me, McLaren? Come over the door, the fire's spreading, we're out of time. Look this way, isn't it clear enough? And back, I'll kick the last planks in. Stay away. A silver flash, Baird takes a step back, touches her cheek and finds it with warm liquid. Byron. That's behind the door. The blood flowing from his ears lies dried on his neck. Originium crystals cover a large part of his ears. Morgan was right. He has likely gone deaf. He's muttering at the only light in the room. This to everything else. Otherwise, he would not have been so frightened when he saw that it was her standing outside. Wouldn't have swung his knife. Or perhaps not. Would have done so no matter who opened the door. Calamity outside has taken his hearing and almost everything else he had. He stands alone with his knife. Fragile planks between the world and the last bit of food he has. This is mine. I have nothing left. I want to live, please. I just want to live. I've given you everything else. What do you still want from me? It's mine. Take care of you. Put down your knife. Take my hand. Put down your just like that, I'll come over slowly. No need to be scared. Sees the once familiar video shop owner in its entirety. She finds that it is not a lamp that illuminates the room, but the tiny projector that they spend countless days and nights with. To live. We all. Her touches the feeble arm, her heart skips a beat at the solidness of the original crystals beneath soft muscles. It's okay, we all live. I love a new video shop and now. To live. Relax now, I'm going to take your knife. Say if you don't need it. Okay. She reaches out slowly to take the knife that McLaren is holding. There's a little bump under his clothes, the last food that McLaren has left. It takes McLaren's knife, the muscles of the trembling man relax for the first time in many days. Red sees an emotion other than fear in the man's eyes. Perhaps he has recognized her. The thing in the bomb falls out from his son's throat. It's an empty can. Carlos, I want to see it try hand. It's fine. Fine. He stumbles towards Barrett and snatches away the meaningless empty can. His knife is now inside Barrett. He anxiously looks for a new weapon. He sees Barrett butterfly knife, his delirious eyes reflected in the cold blade. Barrett has had the knife for a long time. When the members of the Glasgow gang were just children, Barrett bought it at a discount and never let it leave his side. It has seen many battles, many celebrations with her. It's not particularly valuable, nor did Baird particularly treasure it. It just became a habit. Clarence's struggle was feeble. The one stab took almost all the strength he had left. But Baird found that she could not fight back. McLaren grasps a few times and pulled what the strength he has left. The blade almost pierced his neck. Baird cannot lift her arm. She releases the knife. The man takes the weapon, cradles the can, and stumbles into the light of inferno outside. It hurts. Gotta get. Let's wrap it up. I hope she learned how to do it gently in her time out there. Or at least stand. Trying your best. I don't remember a win. Piece-wise, I can't remember. I have to catch up to them. No worry. Should they die? That's probably the last group that would follow us. Flames are burning fierce. Looks like we made a doctor. Finally, hurry while. Seems like the airship taking off was enough to get the Duke's attention. Tell the Duke of Windermere's force. I don't know and I have no time to care. Need to go siege. Gonna wait for the Dukes and the Circus to have it out. Baird's not here yet. 2 minutes, no one Baird. No one. Baird runs fast. You see those walking cars on the street? Who knows if they don't want to fuss? But he got away from the bombing and the fire. We have no time. Spared Morgan. She went to look out for the reader shop owner. It's on the far side. She'll need to answer sooner or later. Cador, I'm just Glasgow punk. I don't need to think about the things that you have to, Your Highness. Red's one of my own. I've got to take care of her. Look forward to seeing whether you keep your promise and always stand at the forefront of those people. Hope you do. Cador squeezes past a silent crowd and goes back to the blockade area. Let me go. Gun, say something, Vina. At the end of the line, he just joined in. Cador stops in his tracks. Cowering man at the end of the line around gingerly, then disappears into the crowd. Tim Bird's caught up. 10. We should be around here, weren't they, together? Wait, how did McLaren end up with Bird's knife? She finds it in the blood stain on the knife on the video shop owner's hand and in his eyes before she turned away. He is rushing to her. Wait, who is this? She needs both of them to stop Indra from trying to squeeze past the crowd. Drive them away. Strength. Venus never wanted it so much. Well, it's strength, a lot of strength, the strength of anger, the strength of sorrow. Anything. Anything to make things right again. Even just a little bit, even if it was just enough for her to turn around to find a friend that she has not yet had the time to catch up with. F. What in the fuck? Kinga's psychath is heavy in her hands, almost immovable. Nothing more, there is nothing. Your Royal Highness, are we not going? You'll take us away from here, yes? Your Highness, I'm not anybody's Highness. Stay at your post, Indra. Break the walls now. Understand? And I know she would not willingly part with us again. She had no choice, as we do not. When we step foot on the soil of our home, let go of Hannah Morgan, some faith in the Glasgow gang. We're no wimps. Remember how we fought our battles when we were little then? Glasgow gang. Or the Glasgow gang. So let's wait for Asbert. The walls that block the escape of the people northward lie just before them, but there are no longer sarcasm bows and guns on it. Freedom is in sight. Brass raise their hands high and push forth. Siege raises the king as... Is that the king of Sai? Sai of Kings? High again, and still there's a piece of metal, not a single sheen onto it. What the fuck is this mistranslation right now? Or typo? She doesn't remember whether she swung it. Perhaps it is just a result of countless hands pushing at the same time. False.
お手本のような勝利でしたわ。あなたはいずれきっとどんな弱小生物よりも優れた方になるのでしょうね。
We're almost done. I think. It's 18 missions. Thank you for accepting my plea, Dematsy. Not a difficult wish to grant. Coincidentally, we just freed ourselves from some nastier things. The classroom ended up fighting us here in the end. A rational and reasonable decision, Golding. You always said you saw yourself as a teacher, after all. I think I shall die here today. You're set on this. That's how we'll be sad. I have to do it. I so hop on this. You were right, why am I? I can't let go of the children. I worry that they can't find a place to belong in our current worlds. I can't let go of Molly either. She's a good girl, but she doesn't know how to protect herself. And of course, there's Heidi, but I've let her down. I only hope she won't resent me. Probably a difficult thing to do, seeing as I've caused the death of so many. I deserve any resentment coming my way. Golding, you know, dying like this won't change anything. Honestly, we're confused by your decision. In our long-lived experience, it isn't rare to see one embrace death, but we're still puzzled by it. We are well familiar with the words sacrifice, repellent, guilt, and perhaps even more. Final outcome always leads to death. Sorry, but this is such a fatal act to us. Death holds little meaning and isn't worth such obsession. Death is just death. You know what you mean, demands T. I understand what you're saying. I wish amends for the fallen Salvation Corps fighters. Perhaps the better choice would to live on, to care for the families left behind, heal the suffering in their stead. I know I can't do that. I can't possibly face all that. Too scared. Is facing death easier facing than your fears? Correct. I've always run away from things. I thought I could keep living as long as I avoided getting caught by the tide. But when does one finally stop running and admit that one's life has fallen apart? When does one admit that one's old life never existed in the first place? I can't bring myself to face all of this, so I'd rather choose to die before I completely succumb to my despair. Let me lie to myself just this once, I might see. You've taken my form. Got the wrong idea, Golding. We don't actually like our job that much. We won't deceive those precious to you. Just want to better understand your feelings. It's a difficult emotion to understand, so we can only try to feel it first hand. You asked me before how to live a life. How am I supposed to come up with an answer? But again, now that I've realized my own powerlessness, choosing to give up could also count as a choice, right? Give up. Lato also said this before. It's not about giving up on yourself and letting life wash away over you. That is to give up on the act of living. Give up on living, say. All these experiences, whether they hold joy or pain, there isn't really a need to hold on to them so tightly, right? In fact, you feel as though you're in the middle of a labyrinth. You realize the walls are in fact made of sad experiences. I wouldn't even call this a struggle. It truly is a coward's choice. But at least I won't stand by their side again, right? I'm just so tired of it all. Goldling. How does she die? I'm at my limit. Really, I'm so tired. At the very least, the Glasgow gang managed to reunite while I'm still here. I hope they can all get away safely. Sits herself dead, showing a long blood-stained breath. Her hand is already going numb. She tries to make a fist, but to no avail. That sure hurts a lot more than I had imagined. Hurts more than when Hannah socked me in the jaw. Turns her head and spots a corpse not far from her. Lean and emaciated. Seems to have died of eating. Suddenly occurs to her how familiar the corpse's face is. So this is where you ended up next. So next academician. Kind of meat lay close to the timid citizens. The contents completely clean out without even a little bit of it remain. Red blinks a few times at something strange by the poor man's side. The wall to the floor is a bunch of black curvy lines. Writings? Okay. Words and diagrams. Only now does Bird realize that he had picked up another pen to write with, a battered charcoal pencil, a tool far less respectable than his precious fountain pen. Such as her own pocket, the fine fountain pen that had belonged to him is still with her. It's a shame McLaren never read the final words written by this gorgeous pen. She manages to drag her body with some difficulty towards the writing on the wall and carefully makes out the tiny handwriting. She laughs and also starts coughing. A thesis on heraldry as an application to be a fellow of the Royal Victorian Academy of Science. Chose to write this, all of the other things she could have written. It's totally useless. Bird skips over the long, stupefying paragraphs of research and references. paper ends abruptly after a blank page is a note from on how he had forgotten some important material he wanted to add. His desperation shows through the broken writing that eventually fades off the page. At some point, he seems to have begun writing his wishes instead. Gino, I hope the genealogy of the Ashworth family can manifest in my hands soon. Ashworth. I hope the editors will understand how significant my work is and increase my book advance. I hope the professor won't be angry at me. Those were just academic arguments and I still respect him very much. Fine, if I get the chance, I'm willing to concede the debate and share some of his tea again. I'm still so hungry I could really go for the fried Finn's soul on this street corner. I hope Jane hasn't forgotten me. I love her just as much as when I left her. I'm a scoundrel. Those kids at the gym are doing alright. I want to drink 3 million barrels of whiskey. Aunt Sarah, I miss you. I'm sorry to have grown up into such a bad child. Bloody hell. Would have even granted my wish. I've prayed as hard as I can to all beings I know and don't. If that evangelistic library cleric showed up right here in front of me, I'd give him a thrashing for sure. Alright, fine. Hope that everyone's wishes comes true and that everyone can be happy, safe, and healthy. Live their best lives, every single one. I hope no one will suffer anymore or be tortured. Everyone should be smiling and all tears should be evaporate of this great land along with the home. I hope that all of this wasn't in vain. I hope that all of this The pen nib is almost dried out and she tries making several marks before leaving a short line in black ink. I hope so too. Live for the love of God. Come on, Cutter. You need to be in time.
"戦のための歌、悲しみを紡ぐ歌."
遺言の伝達断る。指定の位置に向かう。指定の位置に向かう。
階級万物を一元に収むるは奢々楽々の境地にこそあれ。
Want a candy? Tastes like water.
まずはこっちを片付ける。
安心して。きっと大丈夫だから。
You're not dead. God damn it.
始めましょう。ドリル、穴を開けて。
空気の陸地も乾きすぎね。
了解。じゃあ計画通りに。気をつけなさい。聖なる鈴の。
戦場に積もる恨みはいつか知らん。
I forgot about that splash. Oops.
彼らの未来は
I beg you, coalesce.
ここでは何も起きていない。
Ow.
こ
Want a candy? Oh, wishes. I beg you, collect.
戦に積もる恨みはいつか散らん。
平和的に解決できるといいですね。
Want a candy? Let animosity be gone with the flow.
私に戦に積もる恨みはいつか散らん。遺言の伝達断る。爆発や歓声の伴わない戦闘にはなかなか慣れないな。帰ろう。仕事の後の一杯は遠慮しておく。
What? I need more relents here.
地上で暮らすのであれば必ずや武器を手にするとき。
Wow, no sorry, just stage. Okay.
The way seems kind of rough. Careful, you don't want to trip. Easy peasy. Animosity be gone with the flow.
ここでは何も起きていない。
Why is it exactly that? Oh, they're meant for. Okay.
この時より秋だ。
安心して。きっと大丈夫だから。皆様の援護をいたしますわ。
階級戦に積もる恨みはいつか散らん。
よろしく。即刻抵抗をおやめなさい。撃ちますわよ。
Like water.
空気の陸地に乾きすぎね。
Want a candy? Take like water.
ご命令は平穏な暮らしのために。
Oh shit! Oh, look at the shot. Classic StarCraft mistake.
私に万物を一元に収むるは奢々楽々の境地にこそあれ。
遺言の伝達断る。指定の位
Man,
置に
you're also immune to stun. I don't like that.
よろしくてよ。ご命令は即刻抵抗をおやめなさい。撃ちますわよ。
That first attack. Man, that first attack is powerful. It's like the assassins on... Whatchamacallit? Forgot what the event was. The near light event. Starting to regret this. Sneaking in here was not a good idea. The higher the place, the more complete and larger the shadows are. But this place is a little too high up. Can you let me go? Can do, girly. Don't you get away. Don't get any funny ideas either. This is way too big. I'd really appreciate a cute girl helping me, keeping an eye out for any soldiers popping up. Do you also call yourself a Victorian Sarkaz? No, I'm a casual Sarkaz. You are not a Sarkaz. You're a casualist, then why are you... Aren't you working for the General Management and military commissions? I work only for myself. Where's the ship headed? I don't like seeing kids suffer. What exactly is your job here? Being a Sarkaz mercenary? Sarkaz Marco hasn't killed before. You can't silently draw your weapon while being captured. What's Manfred even planning to do here? Put in kindergarten? General Manfred says he wants me to learn what war is. How's that going? Just people yelling. Congratulations, we share the same view. Ship is sure flies high. General says it's because it's a revenant. That's why. That's why Ascalon was so much pain. Good thing they're conspicuous. This ship is still ascending. Judging by our heading, it's not flying towards the battlefield. The ship is returning to Londinium. Flew out of Londinium, fired a shot at the Duke's warship, and then stopped for a few days in Norport Borough. And now that the Dukes are on their way with their fleets, you're retreating? Seems like I need to change my impression of Manfred. Not only is he passionate about pedagogy, he likes to take the ship out a little drive too. Alright, you don't know anything. What is your name? Paprika. So you're the Paprika mentioned in the report I read. You freed the workers from munitions factory number 11, and then you were caught by Manfred. For a Sarkaz mercenary, is that not honorable? For a Sarkaz mercenary, honor is the worst kind of shame. You've been to Gaza before, right? What is it like? The old captain told me it is our homeland. Where did you grow up? Colombia. No. Every Sarkaz that hasn't been to Gazelle thinks it's probably an adorable, sweet little place. That's just your own wishful thinking. Think of the filthiest, most disgusting, any derogatory adjective you can muster, and multiply that by 100 times. Now that's Gazdel. Sounds like most people wouldn't like it. And why do so many Sarkaz call it home? Because they need a home. They think as long as they have a home, everything will fall neatly into a place. All discrimination and persecution against them will cease, and they'll once again be able to puff out their chests in pride. Silly. Or maybe you think that because you're not a Sarkaz. You like to ask questions, little girl, but that's not a good habit in wartime. Even she knows, so it's not that much of a secret. I was only making a guess. Please don't get angry. I'm just real curious. You have arrived. Hello, Mass. And I see you're joining the fray of me fucking having trouble with reading. And it's once again a little session. Season quickly. Somebody here wants to talk to me, and the General Manfred is always busy. They're all excited as always talk about doing great things, but why don't I feel it? All I've seen is familiar faces dying one by one, getting replaced by fresh faces. But when those become familiar, they also die. It's the Lotto season of fucking Christmas. And I saw the little new... Oh god. Welfare servant being... Oh god, I forgot their name. Nemu. I'm assuming that he's the new welfare servant. Nemo. No, it's Nemo, not Nemo. You're the one who's playing. How the fuck can you fuck this up? All I've seen. 24 minutes ago? Yeah, they had a very fast. I mean, they've announced that event like a week ago already. Maybe less than a week ago, but I've seen the event posted before. And not by leaks, by their official Twitter. All I've seen is familiar faces dying one by one, getting replaced by fresh faces, but when those become familiar, same thing just happens again and again. Like I shouldn't be here at all. Does it actually matter if someone is really sarcasm or not? If everyone thinks you're a sarcasm, then you might as well grind down your horns and pretend to be one. Because you can only survive as a sarcasm. When it comes to surviving, your feelings don't matter at all. That's why you joined this war with a sarcasm? Seems like you should stay with Manfred a while longer. He hasn't taught you the most important things you need to know about war. General lent me a book, A History of Sarkaz War. And you know what? I know the author. His name is Hodir, and he's an idiot. Sarkaz War, Victorian War, Ducal War, Royal Court War, and he an idiot talks about stuff like that. Would be arrogant enough to claim a war for themselves. I sure wouldn't. War is war, and that's all there is to it. This war can save us all. What do you believe? I believe when you're hungry, you have to eat. When you're thirsty, you need to drink. Swinging your arms around for too long will tire you out, and if I jump out of this ship, I will die. That's a lie. There's things that can't be given. I'm assuming you're gonna farm Loto then? And if you are, by how much? Knowing you, probably only 20 boxes. There. Now. I should farm about 100 plus on JP. That's what I did. When I briefly came back to JP, I farmed like 70 boxes or something. farmed a lot because I haven't been touching on my JP account. Then after that, I left again. Also, yeah, on an A as well. I don't technically I do need to farm on an A because I don't have the newer mats, but I don't know. My Castoria's 10 and my Vortigern is 10. Don't really need to do much on an A right now. On JP, what I don't have is those new rainbow item looking thingy and the bone sword looking thingy. They're all in the new region, so. Also, you should probably check your golden cookies for skills because those are still the hardest things to farm. Materials are always easy because they will come eventually on an event. The cookies are not guaranteed. Touring around with meaning is the root of all suffering. In the same way, I believe that profits makes people impulsive, fear makes them impatient, a burning fire cannot be easily extinguished, and the resulting conflicts cannot be easily ended. Ines, as a guest, you should have greeted me first. It's been a while, Manfred. Indeed it has. So why don't you stay? You can admire the scenery with us. The storm is approaching quickly. Ines and Manfred turn to look out the window. They see the smoke and dust rising in the distance and several high-speed battleships fleets approaching. I'm talking about JP, obviously. The two of us should be well prepared on NA. Since those are, well, that was my main account ever since. Because my NA is like 3 years ahead of JP. Or, excuse me, 2 years ahead. No, 3. 333, because I didn't play JP immediately. This airship, high up in the sky, is attracting the attention of every ducal force already stationed nearby. A sudden flash of clarity shoots through Ines upon seeing this little battleship scrambling like insects in the shadow of the airship. I think my JP account has like less than 100 cookies now, and yes, to me that is small. Depending on the class, I think my smallest one is like 20 or 50 plus golden cookies. It's getting harder now because most of my new units on JP are fucking Alter Ego, Pretender, Beast, and they all consume multiple different kinds of cookies. It's kinda annoying, but also kinda easier. A sudden flash of clarity shoots through Ines upon seeing this little battleship scrambling like insects in the shadow of the airship. You want the flames! Now the flames have already been ignited, you're just using the ship as kindling to keep it in the air. Castor, Wellington, Windermere, and maybe Normandy too. Representatives of those greedy are already gathered on this plate, while their master's fleet observes their rivals as they make their way here. This airship is moving so slowly because you're waiting for them, tempting them. The Dukes would rather not let the airship hide behind Londinium's robust city walls, so they'll gather here. And this is what you've all been waiting for. A perfect little shooting gallery for the Shord. Should I be glad that Hordius' partner is so sharp? A shame we put it together so late. and sees her. So what did she tell you, Paprika? She said war is war and there's all there is to it. If you could just see the big picture, just how many things surrounding war would she see? Intelligence must be delivered. And as to admit that the military commission has drawn up a brilliant plan. She can foresee what will happen next. Charged catastrophe will severely damage the Duke's forces, and furthermore said damage will be credited not just the Sarkaz, but also their respective rivals. Who are the said rivals? And once victorious storm-bringing prowess is drawn out into the open, and the country across the lands. Ah, okay. Toria. The receipt of power will want to destroy this one, or possess it for themselves. What if, at this time, the dukes guarding the borders slack on their duties because of their infighting? Lithanian, Ursus, Casimir's, and even the old Gaulish regions would never let this opportunity slip. This is only the first flame. Soon an unstoppable blaze will sweep across the entire land. Ines knows there's still time. It's not too late. As long as she can get the information out. Ugh, my throat is dying. A shadow approaches at the end of the corridor. It is not her own shadow, but the owner of this vessel. Ines, who has heard rumors from her old partner about the Revenants, is for the first time in her life glad that she isn't a real Sarkaz. The sun rises, the long night having finally passed. The mobile plate below her casts an extremely long shadow. But I should thank myself for finding such a high place. I'm guessing that a jump from here would probably kill me. But I've thought that today, the Ines who always comes back from the brink of death is finally embracing it. Roger and W are gonna laugh themselves to death. I hope that they don't get to see me in such a wretched state. This would have been nice and intense if we didn't fucking knew about the cutscene that was made specifically for her trailer. It falls a gale below, blowing through her hair and she can hardly keep her eyes open. But it is only at this height that she can take all the shadows of Norport into her view. Only at this height can she manipulate these shadows that stretch as far as she can see. She knows that she only has a few seconds to make it, quickly falling into the shadows before her. Death is already lingering beyond the door. That's not a line you should add. Hello?
あなたは私をこんな風に扱うの？私にもこんな結末を迎えてほしいのかしら。本当にそう思っているのなら受け入れるわ。
Oh, this is the final stage. If I remember correctly, this is actually a hard stage, so... Let's see then. No, not you, because you'll be max trust. Bullseye.
せっかくの作戦に出るチャンスです。力の限り頑張ります。
ドクターの部隊補佐として 訓練に参加しますわ。
Shush. This part of the song is so loud, I don't know why. Oh. Well, she's cool. Okay, so we finally get the fucking reveal of her. There are so many cool characters revealed on this chapter, but there's only a few of them that's going to be playable. Potentially, anyway. The Old One and his entire reserve fleet here. Sir Grace. Duke of Wellington seems to be fighting that ship. Let's be sure of his victory. The frontline forces must have already exchanged fire with the Sarkaz. And they're still cast there. That woman has barely ever stepped outside her. Huh? I am going to check out to read. Oh, it's a domain. Are you fucking kidding? It's like jail. It's a gaol, but jail. Okay. When she's not synced, but this time. Just how valuable is this ship to be worth of all their trouble? Your Grace, the strategists are also recommending we obtain as much technology as we can from that ship. It is not technology though, it is a ritual. Whether we stand against the Sarkaz or other possible rivals, such as an unprecedented weapon, will allow us to control an even larger airspace. Set them up. What possible opponent? They're inciting me to break up Victoria. I came here solely to bring Delphine home. They're also saying that Northport Borough may be in trouble shape right now. Maybe. No. It is already. Delphine will be fine. She's my daughter after all. Victorian soldier, but they're using the Dublin sprite. Grace. Haven't I said before that running inside a ship is forbidden? Please take a look at the shadow of the moving plate. Something's not quite right. Duke Windermere takes a telescope offered by the adjutant, and the shadow of the mobile plate cast by the morning sun does not resemble Northport Borough. Is it because of a structure blocking it? Windermere thinks strangely because it resembles a tower. Very short. Is that a shard shadow? Can this be? Is it a natural phenomenon, or how long did you say it would take forecasters and Wellington's troops to arrive? Perhaps within the next 2 hours. A rare event indeed for the troops of 3 dukes to all coincidentally converge near this area. According to the reports we received earlier, a few other dukes are also planning their moves, so it would not be too surprising to see their warships on the move here. I've been in the army for many years, and yet this is the first time I've seen something like this. Full stop. All units stop immediately. Smart. Get all of them to clear the area at once. Send a red flare to warn our allies. Quickly, now. Send a plain text to every Victorian unit in the region. This place would be the target of the Shard's attack. Correct. Don't turn the ship. Speed it up towards Northport Borough. I have to find Delphine before the storm comes. Red flare blossom under the clouds, and the distorted shadows return their state. Impressive work in us. Oh, okay. It was going to be a simple test shot, not at our full power, but we have many other locations to choose for next time. I do have to admit I have some tiny regrets. But the Military Commission always has more than just a single. How much? Oh! Okay. Inform the Nachizar King. It's time to rouse the troops. The Lich King, I think. Storm will open a path for him. As often says, Death is also a tool. She would sometimes joke to Hordir that she might be getting a little too used to playing dead. Now she stands on Death's door and has realized that she feels calmer than she expected. Closes her eyes. The blaze abruptly bakes her face along with an intense shockwave. The unique smell of the explosive is well familiar to Ines. Her lips curl up. Dust and smoke explosions engulfs her, with embers still returning the heat of the flames. These embers gather, dance, and weave together. So I guess there's stories woven of ember, but occasionally other things are knitted from the smoldering remains. I am currently playing Elden Ring and I can't. Right. For example, Ines falls head first into a cushiony cloud of smoke and dust. A giant web of embers hold her aloft. Never should have expected that the two of them could come up with anything better. Hey, Ines, still alive and kicking? That explosion was pretty tough, so don't blame me if any minor just crop up. Ah man, oh there. Let's just bury her. Start training your parade, but I'm still alive for now. Killjoy. Are you gonna be a vanguard? People are still saying you're going to be a support type. Support character, but is that a vanguard? So, did you like the fireworks set off for you? And guess what I secretly sewed into your clothes? Would have guessed a tracking device. You think I never noticed it? Shoddy stitching. Your darning skills are honestly embarrassing. Darning? Darning? It was supposed to be a present for you, but, well, I guess this is fine too. Don't you know how difficult it is to keep clothes clean and tidy on the battlefield? Oh yeah, this obsession again. And you still threw me into a ball of smoldering ashes? You used to call me art embers. Not in the mood for that now. You're pretty seriously injured. Better than being dead? I told you, you had arts to cast along. All along, I thought you only knew how to chop at guys with your knife. Embers, no wonder you're so unfazed whenever I throw a bomb at your face. You're not afraid of getting shot? I am. You're fleeing ashes at someone else's face? Is your permanently haggard scowl a side effect of your art? Shut up. How many years has it been since I've seen you in such a pathetic steadiness? Believe me, you'll never see me like this again. Don't be too confident now, we might just bump into the sanguine arc having a leisurely stroll on our way back. I'd ask you to stop your little hypothetical there. Well, did you develop feelings for those crusty old monsters with the roll court after hanging out with Manfred for so long? Hey, you should be thanking me. If I didn't bump into you scuttling around on my way back, you might have gotten recaptured by by your old besties. Maybe I'll head back to the prison so I can at least enjoy some time in peace and quiet without you. Be my guest, I'll even do you a solid and report you to terraces. Where are we headed? Safe house. And I can force myself to pretend we're going home. Thanks. How many months till Hordir release? I think 3 or 2 months? Probably 5. No, it's like 5 months. Hordir was released on CN a month ago. What's taking her so long today? Injure her leg or something? We gotta help her out. She'll be so grateful that we're bound to get a few bottles of a decent beer out of her. Just standing around for her. Let's move. Enough, Hannah. Norport's a sea of flame right now. Red's not dumb. She can keep herself safe. She's dead. What are you on about? Morgan, this is nothing for Red's dead. You see that butterfly knife? It was covered in blood. Red always kept that on her person. There is no mistaking it. That knife in someone else's hand only means one thing. Just be a misunderstanding. Maybe she lost her knife or something. She's got her careless moments too, right? Not like she's never lost nothing before. Remember that one year when she accidentally lost our carton of eggs? Where we were supposed to have a fried eggs that morning. Sometimes she slips up. Anna, Karen is holding her knife. Red went back just to look for him. He's deaf in both ears, or so they probably been fed for years. You're trying to scare me? Red probably just lent her a knife to McLaren for a bit. Nothing wrong with that, right? I'll go ask him. He can tell us it was just safe. Hannah? Where is he? McLaren left Norport along with us, right? So he's definitely in the crowd. Oh, you poor girl. And where are you? And if I must smash every single bone in his body. And when I gonna smash his skull in for Baird, you think I don't want to? You think I don't want to? There's no meaning to it. Rubbing out a frightened deaf man makes nobody sense at all. I am a fool through and through, self-righteous twit. Father Dale and Baird. If I hadn't involved myself in this, they wouldn't have even come back for. What did I even think I came back for? It's a mistake from the very beginning, born of a false sense of responsibility. How does she really see them? Her friends, whom she went through thick and thin, and all kinds of hardships with. Could it be that the friendship she cherishes so deep is actually just an excuse to deceive even herself? Could it be that she, of all people, has gradually come to see herself as a king? Grant mercy, sow benevolence, and then harvest hope and reverence. What exactly did she want to achieve here? What exactly did she expect to achieve here? I'm expecting an altar. Came back here, execution Senate. We were just watching from the side. This is our street, our turf, our country. Always charging ahead, but this isn't our responsibility. We're not following you to see what kind of person you'll become. This, I swear. But should we bring these people from Norport Borough? We can let them fend for themselves in the wilderness, right? Besides, this is the heart of the battle. They kept saying you had blue hair. This is still gray to me. Even your mother. So it looks like gray hair. Sounds people can live on my mother's lands if they're willing to move. Mother has a nomadic city in the vicinity of Londinium. It's rather a tiny fortress city, but there'll be no problem to accommodate them. But another idea, Skydar? I thought Kader went back to look for her. She's fucking dead then, goddammit. You know, Delphine, ever since you stopped hiding identity, you've changed the way you speak. You know what happened with Bart has upset you? It upsets us all, but right now, there's no need to dampen our spirits even more. I just... That Draco, we don't like those flames of her. So difficult to extinguish. I see. Ascalon's been a while. She came here for thirsty, and to offer a greeting to the little king of Sarkaz here. That Banshee speaks pretty highly of you. Sorry, right, Doctor, I've never seen our guests here in their current form, but I know them very well. They've appeared frequently in those histories. But they're always wandering outside the royal court, and they're not interested in anything except themselves. Skinwalker! Master Fragment, why have you appeared before us? So you really are a genuine king of Sarkaz, little bunny. That thing seems to have also tormented you quite a bit. Good job holding on that little head of yours while not being a Sarkaz. Memory is the most precious thing to us, but it can sometimes also be our poison. So you see, we do appear to have something to talk about. You also have the opinion that I'm not worthy of bearing the crown of the King of Sarkaz. I see that talkative Revenant really put you through the ringer. Don't mind it. He's never been the kindly type. You're an ancient Sarkaz, so how do you think a king should act? Okay, we need to reestablish this shit. He claimed that himself that he wasn't a Sarkaz. He was already a race before the Sarkaz even become the Sarkaz. Also, the history of Sarkaz apparently was that they were the first as well. Confusing old fucking races. But we're thinking you should at least very least be strong enough. Strong enough to overcome any hesitation or doubt, yes? But we're certain something else, though. You definitely shouldn't be asking us this question, little king. You have a long path ahead of you, regardless of whether you're leading the organization you call Road Silence or following the guidance of the Sarkaz souls. Oh, sorry, we forgot that souls won't accept you. It's like how they won't accept us. We're all different from each other. You'll understand at some point in the future that the passage of time is unbeatable. The kings of Sarkaz in our memories all walk the very same path in the end. Not me. I refuse to walk that path. Don't be too quick to refute us, Kotos. We did think it was a nice change having a young king of Sarkaz. Why they're naming her this now? But it seems like you're still chained to your fate. Though we are nonetheless full of expectations for you, a non-Sarkaz king. A young king of Sarkaz who is still growing and questioning her own blood. A never before seen king of Sarkaz. We have no ill intentions. Up. King of Sarkaz, we don't dare to claim that we are wiser than you are, and we have nothing to teach you either. Also wish to extend an invitation, we seek an opportunity to thoroughly understand a unique individual. Ascalon, you will understand when you've lived as long as we have. When something you've never seen before appears right in front of you, how could you resist reaching out for it? Which thing are we talking about? O King of Sarkaz, please grant our perennial lives a pleasant surprise.
血で血を洗う争いに計りごと。古来より変わらないね。
Wrong skilliness.
Okay, serious space. Let animosity be gone with the blow.
安心して。きっと大丈夫だから。
What is that? Something just attacked you. Did you do it? Okay, so you don't have global range.
階級の情が催されるね。
I think, I hope.
私たちならできます。はい。
万物を一元に収むるは奢々楽々の境地にこそあれ。
空気の陸地乾きすぎね。
You also do not attack range units. Right? No, you're not. Can you be blocked?
ここでは何も起きていない。
Yes. Okay.
さっ
One
さと
block
片
needed.
付ければ楽に終わる。
Ba-bum.
階級戦が見積もる恨みはいつか知らん。
How much damage? What? That didn't do shit. I see. What is shooting you?
さん、どうぞ。
You're dying right now, I don't know why.
私に出会ったのが運の尽きだ。
さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。
私にね、強国を直除すれば干渉倫理たり。
I don't think you're needed, so.
準備は特攻の勢力。指示を待つ。
Okay, that does damage, but my dragons are living.
これで静かになってくれる。指定の位置に向かう。指定の位置に向かう。
What's that?
階級の情が催されるね。私にね、万物を一元に収むるは奢々楽々の境地にこそあれ。
ここでは何も起きていない。
あれがターゲット。ようやく私の出番か。
Oh no. What is this? Just in case.
気分がいいな。
Ah, what? Hi, what? How did Scotty die?
我慢にもおはよう。我慢にも限度があるわ、ドクター。
獲物はどれです？
遺言の伝達。断る。さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。
どうぞこの切っ先を鉄撃砂に沈めて相思未だ報い。
No? You, are you in the box? Fuck, you are in the box. Okay. She can live, that's fine.
遺言の伝達。断る。指定の位置に向かう。
For fuck's sake, I almost did it. uh, Blink behind my dragon, unfortunate. What are you looking at? You're young, you're King of Sarkaz Banshee. Why is it King of Sarkaz now, not Sarkaz King? What's going on with the translation team recently? Facing Amiya. I advise to carefully consider your actions. You should do away with the curse in your hands. Relax, Walter One. I'm grateful for our earlier exchanges, Namatsi. I have a clearer understanding of your methods now. King of Sarkaz couldn't possibly lost our clone that had already been fired near Torcrest by Draco's flame. We are glad to have experienced something new for the first time in such a long time. It's been ages since we've seen anything that has brought us with a speck of excitement. Be proud of yourself, Banshee. You've convinced us, and we will be more happy to keep this possibility of yours. Though we're still not very optimistic about the direction this possibility is heading. To us, time and patience are two things we have more than plenty of. We'll meet again at the next finish line. Where are you going next? We've never gone anywhere on purpose, we are merely a wanderer of the land. Mentioned before the Matsi that you've pretty much exhausted all possibilities, yes. But there remains uncharted territory for you. Everything on this great land is constantly evolving while you stay just as you always have, imitating the fruits of evolution. Yes, you've never gone... What is this? Anywhere, and yet we're already complete. So of course there can be no progress in something that's already been completed. How persuasively provocative. And what do you suggest? You've already guessed it. Heralding our deaths. You do live up to your name. Wait. Huh. From death comes new life. Indeed, we've never tried this before. We've just bid a goodbye to our friend at a place not far from here. Golding? She said that she would rather give up Golding. She said that she would rather give up living than let life wash over her. We felt her emotions, we saw her determination. She claimed it was the choice of a coward, but we felt something else. We could barely put it into words, but now we know. It also took a certain kind of courage. Kind of courage we've never considered before. Well, alright, Banshee, we'll admit it. We've begun looking forward to this. This might just an innocuous scheme of yours, a clumsy method of ridding yourself of an enemy, but that doesn't matter to us. Or maybe the souls are merely borrowing your voice to provoke us. To help you? How about you leave us with some decency? Though you ought to sound the death knell for us. Is killing himself? How? Sure, teenagers and brave bunch, celebrate your victory. Are you not entertained? Yeah. Or maybe that's unnecessary. Maybe we actually understand you on a level beyond your worst estimates. Ha. Relax, Doctor. Your ship's onboarding inspection is not as easy as it seems to sleep. Mumu has slept through the fucking flagship multiple times. An immortal shapeshifter taking memories, or not just the looks, but memories of people can probably slip by than a water elf. What are you planning? What else can we do with our broken body? We've stayed in our original form for long enough. Tiny King of Sarkaz, where will you go next? Will you bring this? People who trust you, follow you, protect you. Do you do us Boldrity? Patriot. Will you do us patriot, prophesize, and enslave everything across all the lands? Or will you prove that it's only us who have been bound too deeply by the chains of history? Evolution, a tricky word indeed, implying an inevitable progress through... no, though it may not be. But no matter, you will find your path, and us as well. Let me have this. Looks cool. Get it? Now that the Matsi won't die, his other, more complete and stronger self is probably just around the corner. This is a typical tactic of his, to have the prey let down its guard and then come in for the kill. It's okay, Ascolon, this time is not... yeah, the bone whistle. How can this be? Locus sees the bone whistle as a lamentable tradition of the royal court, and has always refused to sound it as his predecessors have done. But this is indeed a bone whistle from the Master of Knells. The magic cluster is dying. The elegy has sounded, the bone whistle done wailing. I serve as a witness to a sarcasm to the Matsi and his cluster. From death comes new life. Evolution complete. The bone whistle. How long has it been since we've had the Lord of the Banshees grace our court to the sound of the bone whistle? Matsi cluster has died. Fret not that the Matsi has only encountered a minor setback. He'll soon... no, what I mean is every Demaci fragment is simultaneously decaying. The Demaci dies and our long-lasting royal court collapse. How interesting. I think that he himself never imagined that it would end like this. How should I describe it? Split into halves. Or the birth of two new lives. The ancient Demaci no longer exists. How the fuck? And two newborn Demaci have appeared in this world. How do you know this, Calcet? How did Teresa's also... Sudden nature is regarded as the final state of all things. No matter how strong Boulder may be, it turns to dust at the end of time. Then again, the sand may also hold the possibility of starting a cycle of reincarnation anew. I'm already fine for the most part. An old friend might look at us soon. No, I should say a new friend. I don't want to meet any of her old friends or new friends. There's a good news and a bad news. Pick one. But assure him, Chad, why did I think you would be up for a stupid game? Close. The bad news is that we didn't find the entrance to the Sarkaz supply route in Brentwood. There was no underground tunnel at all, but there was a passage used for inspections. Shining. I like to hear the positive news sometimes as well, Closure. The good news is we managed to get in touch with the doctor. Yep, Calcet's been changing. Thank you for your assistance, Duke Windermere. We've managed to reestablish our communication channels. Refugees we brought have all boarded the ship under the Duke of Windermere's protection for the time being. You're still not a blue. Okay, I can see a bluish here, but you're still gray, and you too. be the one thanking you, Rhode Island. You've helped the townspeople of Norport Borough escape a disaster. Not all of them, but that is enough. Protecting the people is what we, those who bear the title of Duke, ought to do. And you've even saved my daughter. She was just bawling in her room earlier. I can guess what you've all been through the last couple of days. But Delphine, perhaps you have come to better understand how those in power should build authority. If I may be so bold, Your Grace, how are you planning to use your power? After witnessing the fate of Steam Knights, I'm not sure. I had to make a strategic decision, daughter of Montag. We call it plot, and I won't deny that I signed my name on the Steam Knights orders. But to decide the future of this country is exactly our duty. Yes, Miss Vina, duty. You understand why I'm addressing you that way. Excuse us, Your Grace. For now, I would rather with my friends. Now then, Doctor, I believe we can avoid discussing the object your operator is carrying. And yet, it wasn't my imagination. Anyway, it's impossible to ignore her and the sorties. Why is it not the King of Size anymore? What happened to the translation team? Arknights? Hello? Ingus Cave. Yeah, it is the Sigh of Kings. Son of a bitch, it's an old English. It's like Altrea once again. Piece of shit translators, I swear to God. Sigh of Kings. Just gonna call it the Sigh of Kings, I don't care anymore. Delphine told me about your deal with her. Even though there were some twists and turns in between, I'm sure that deal remains valid. Don't tell me you're becoming a supporter of Rhode Island. Of course, but I promise you that for now, I'll act as if nothing happened. We can talk this out slowly when we've returned to my domain. After letting it on the ship, he left with a bunch of people. And Anna, she's still in her room and refuses to come out. They got her something to eat, she's barely had a decent meal in Norport. Very burning. A bunch of drafts. Notes I've saved for writing inspiration. Pop. Forgot where I dropped my memoir notebook. Don't need it, do you? We don't need it anymore. Deck of this high-speed battleship, the Victorian sun is still slowly rising, sweeping the haze and evaporating the mist from last night. And this youth called Vina, with her back to the sun, is expressing her emotions without a word. Norport will return to her old self. The people are still there after all. We'll get our old lives back eventually. Just need patience, a little more of it. I didn't actually need to use you, so... also don't quite understand how she died.
私の出番ですね。
ターゲット確認。
Wrong skeleton in this, for fuck's sake. Do this
恐
thing.
怖が隠せないわ。
Okay, serious face.
Oh.
Hiya. Oh, wishes. I beg you, coalesce.
この時より秋だ。
じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を傾けて。恐怖が隠せないわ。
階級の万物を一元に収むるは奢々楽々の境地にこそあれ。
どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。私に命令しないで。
Hiya. Like water.
歌の夢、あなたたちの心に染み込んでいくわ。
That half HPU? It.
ここですか？はい、ちゃんと聞いてます。指示を普段通り釘。
強国を削除すれば
気兼ねを引く。指示をどうぞ、ドクター。あ、バッテリーはまだまだ持ちますよ。Want a candy? Let animosity be gone with the flow. はい、気兼ねを引く。はい、普段通り釘。気兼ねを引く。はい、気兼ねを引く。バッテリーはまだまだ持ちますよ。Want a candy? Hiya. Now's not the time for hellos. 指示を普段通り釘を打てば大丈夫。
Oh, this is what killed Caddy, I see.
階級強国を削除すれば官庁倫理たり。
Want a candy? Hiya. Take like water. Hiya.
ここでは何も起きていない。指定の位置に向かう。
Oh.
今すっごく気分がいいの。 遺言の伝達。まだ足りないわ。
階級強国を削除すれば官庁倫理たり。
準備は整った。
When did you do so much fucking damage?
すぐに解決いたします。ご命令に気をつけなさい。この海流は脆弱な命を飲み込みますよ。
What is that? Same thing fucking happened again.
勝つも負けるも兵法家の常さ。 時期を逸せず身体を見極められているならまだ終わりではないよ。
Why are you? So many bodies to pay attention to.
これだけの頭数を揃えるのも一苦労なんだから、なるべく被害を避けるようにね。
道中で気力を使いすぎないように。
Easy.
誰かが気づく前にあなたの死体を影に沈めてあげる。戦のための歌、悲しみを紡ぐ歌。
Like water.
じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を傾けて。
獲物はどれですの？階級万物を一元に収むるは奢々楽々の境地にこそあれ。
Want a candy? Now's not the time for hellos. ここですか？
怖がらないで同胞たち、すぐに着くから。
指示を気兼ねを。はい。Like water.
階級強国を削除すれば官庁倫理たり。
はい、デリはまだまだ持ちますよ。はい、気兼ねを引く。気兼ねを普段通り釘を打てば大丈夫。指示をどうぞ。Want a candy? Let animosity be gone with the flow. 普段通り釘を打てば大丈夫。はい、バッテリーはまだまだ持ちますよ。はい、普段通り釘を打てば大丈夫。指示をどうぞ、ドクター。
準備はたがこうが抗おうが無駄だ。何を片付ければいい？さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。準備が整った。たがこうが抗おうが無駄だ。何を片付ければいい？さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。
強国を削除すれば官庁倫理たり。
私に出会ったのが運の尽きだ。さ
さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。
What is that?
あれがターゲットか？
Hmm? I'm missing something.
危険です。敵の罠にはまりました。発煙弾発射しました。ドクター様、私が援護いたしますので、速やかに撤退しましょう。
Oh, I'm missing something right now.
さて、罠に踏み込んでくる虫けらはどんなやつなんでしょうね。
Easy peasy.
この時より秋だ。
安心して。きっと大丈夫だから。Animosity be gone with the flow.
階級万物を一元に収むるはシャシャ楽々の境地にこそあれ。どうぞ続けて。
釘のようにここでしっかり支えます。空気の陸地に乾きすぎね。
ご命令の通り。どうぞ続けて。私にも強目を直除すれば簡単。
指示気兼ねを引く。はい。Want a candy? Want a candy? Let animosity be gone with the flow. はい。普段通り釘を打てば大丈夫。指示をどうぞ、ドクター。はい。はい。
Now they're melting. I don't understand. Enemies get buff at some point where fucking Pinegun doesn't do damage.
指示を
私に接
指示をはい。デリはまだまだ持ちますよ。気兼ねを引く。はい。ちゃんと聞いてます。指示をどうぞ、ドクター。はい。普段通り鍵を気兼ねを引く。
ここでは何も起きていない。
すぐに解決いたしますね。
And they're doing much
ご
more
命令の
damage.
逃げる前に私の万物を一元に収むる。
気兼ねを引く。普段通り釘を打てば大丈夫。気兼ねを引く。
あれがターゲットか？
この程度か。
And he is much more tankier now.
指示を待つ。
指示を普段通り 釘を打てば大丈夫。普段通り釘を打てば大丈夫。指示をどうぞドクター。
ご命令気をつけなさい。この回さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。
どの戦いも楽しい。違うよ。敵はまだまだ持ちますよ。
手首砂に沈めておやすみなさい。
はい、敵はまだまだ持ちますよ。
準備連軍。
What?
最後まで私はあやつらが何のために剣を手にしたか分かりませんでした。
I feel like I didn't do anything special.
本人たちにも分かっていないかも
But
し
that
れない。
tear that, for fuck's sake, this game. Yeah. Also you need to change.
これだけの頭数を揃えるのも一苦労なんだから、なるべく被害。
潮が満ちたわ。
聞いてるけど、あまりまた恐怖を隠せないわ。
Okay, serious face.
この時より秋に
安心して。
Oh shit. No, you were so okay. Whatever.
あまり待たせないで。
私に出会ったのが運の尽きた。
But it's my fault.
Want a candy? Let animosity be gone with the flow. 釘のようにここでしっかり支えます。
私の雪力砂に沈みて相思未だ報いず。
さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。指示を待つ。
空気の陸地乾きすぎね。ブローズ。
聞いてるけど、
はい。バッテリーはまだまだ持ちますよ。
恐怖を隠せないわ。
指示をバッテリーはまだまだ持ちますよ。
私の雪力砂に沈みて相思未だ報いず。
指示をバッテリーはまだまだ持ちますよ。指示をはい。普段通り釘を打てば大丈夫。気兼ねを引く。指示気兼ねを引く。Want a candy? Let animosity be gone with the flow. はい、普段通り釘を打てば大丈夫。指示をはい、普段通り釘を打てば大丈夫。はい、気兼ねを普段通り釘を打てば大丈夫。
ここでは何も起きていない。指定の位置に向かう。
階級の標目を削除すれば官庁倫理たり。
ここでは何も起きていない。指定の位置に向かう。
獲物はどれです？
指示バッテリーはまだまだ持ちますよ。
私に出会ったのが運の尽きた。
はい、ちゃんと聞いて。
指定の位置に向かう。
ちますよ。バッテリーはまだまだ持ちますよ。指示をどうぞ。はい、ちゃんと聞いてます。
私に出会ったのが
手砂に沈みて相思未だ。
もっともっとよ。
さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。
Almost died, but
志
Spectre doing her
か
job
な
well.
得意満面といったところかな。聞くんよ。しかれどもおごることなかれだ。とはいえ褒めるべきは褒めねばならないかな。よくやったね。
Golding. God damn it, why did we kill off Golding? Two of the characters I like died. Great. The catastrophe cloud in the sky has not yet dissipated. Cool. Should you take off your gloves, you would be able to feel the origin dust is in the air, scratching the pommel. The Yachazar king sits atop his throne, casting his eyes across his enemy. The Nachizer's army will not be shaken. The Nachizer's army will not show weakness. They pass through the storm beyond injuries and over the heads of compatriots and enemies alike. Sarkas continue to march until the enemies of the Nachizer king are completely crushed. They have no right to stop. They are war itself. Your Grace, who have sustained heavy losses, nearly a third of the high-speed bouncers in the Vanguard's squadron have been incapacitated. Trying to turn the situation around, the outlook isn't positive. The Violet catastrophe just slammed into our front line of all of a sudden. Violent, not violent. It's very difficult for us to conduct standard operations in these high-density originium zones, and as exposed active originium clusters greatly limit the maneuverability of a high-speed battleship. But the Sarkaz forces don't seem to be effective much. They don't care at all. Most of them are affected. Correct. Not just their troops are also fielding some witchcraft contraptions we've never seen before. The chaotic fissures they spew out are tricky to deal with. We are still looking for countermeasures. Duke of Wellington. Hold the line, have the artillery in the rear lay suppressive fire and open a gap to the east. Shall be done. Board. No mercy for poor Windermere, Duke Wellington. Just bail out the fleet we sent to claim our plaything, and you're going to repay the favor by driving the Sarkaz onto her turf. I don't remember giving you permission to tap into my communications caster. I will remind Windermere to take adequate preparations, but after all, we are still Victorians. I know what you're after. I know what you are after, old Wellington. Getting ahead of yourself. Next time, I hope you'll find a more appropriate manners of exchanging ideas with me. Your Grace, you shouldn't continue standing on the deck like this. Though we are a fair distance away from where the catastrophe struck, this can't be good for your health. This is my duty, Your Royal Highness Oblana. You're always worthy of my trust. Those two siblings are being extremely cautious. Two siblings. Okay. Therese and Therese's terraces. This is not the full extent of the shard's might. They either don't want us to know that they haven't fully mastered the storm's power, or they're waiting for a better opportunity. This storm should have belonged to Victoria alone, but now we will be first to face it. I hear the officers murmuring amongst themselves nervously. They don't seem flustered. If anything, you seem to be rather excited. Indeed, my lady, I won't deny it. This battlefield commands fear and respect. When is the last time I faced an enemy like this since the Gulls Vox Vanguard? Gulls Vox Vanguard? We've long been ready for this, regardless of whose hands it is in. The storm will only serve to wash away hesitation and weakness from the Terrans, and it shall temper our young troops. I can see him, the necessary king. Let us drop all pretenses and face each other in battle. The Terrans will not be stopped here, our rage is no less than yours. Your Royal Highness Ablana, I shall secure a future for you and the Terran people. My faithful Duke. Very soon the final chapter will be written. Welcome, Lady Ermengarde. With your arrival comes the goodwill of the Liches. Ah, okay, I know who she is. The mage-looking lady. We will never forget at the moment of the Sarkas needed unity the most, the Liches chose to leave their library and stand at ours. No need to be so formal, Your Highness. I am simply an observer. You still bought us a gift, and the soldiers on the front lines will put it to good use. It's but a trick to play with fishers. Leech's mastery over dimensional space transcends most people's cognition. Of that kind of magic. Naturally, unlike your people who's always been in Kazel, we Liches are keen on self-preservation, always looking for a place to hide our phylactery. Okay? The Lich throne has never been removed from the royal court's chamber. We appreciate your highness' thoughtfulness. I assume you know that Calcit paid me a visit on my way here? She did. When did she? She tried hard to convince me not to take your side. The young master of the Alicaic court is fighting alongside him. Logos. I've heard that the teachers say before that the Banshee string is not to be overlooked. Dream Castle claimed that the war you and the regent started will only push this land into irreversible disorder and strife. These things are only temporary. We have no choice but to endure. This is the only way consensus needed for solidarity can be built. Do not offend anything as your highness. Your words sound just like hers. You both call for unity, you both tell me that this is the only way to avert the impending calamity. Cal said. Then why do the two of you stand in opposition? Perhaps because we're both in a hurry. Rest assured, as a messenger of the Lich King's court, I didn't make any promises to the Dame Calcit. Just like how I haven't made any promises with you. We leeches are never in a hurry to pick side for ourselves. Leeches. Yes. These languishing pains and broken hearts, at long last, they will eventually have a home to return to. Not much longer now. Able to find that path, Amaya? It is not that long. Let's go. I have been streaming for 4 hours. Never mind, it's basically the same as fucking... It's 10 hours plus again. Damn those officers. They'd rather bring along a tusk beast than us. Well, who the hell does he think he is? Back in the days before I got sick, I didn't even dare look at me in the eyes. Damn it, all this bloody apathy. I'd rather go without those Rhodes Islands people inhibitors and blow up in a cloud of original dust over in Norport. At least I'd be able to give those freeloading masters a face full, they'd get a good taste of what I'm going through too. Ah, that got us to give me an inhibitor too. These body pills aren't gonna save shit. I'm done for. Can't leave this place. My life isn't worth a damn thing. What was the point of all crawling out of Northport? These damn crystals, these damn regime crystals in my body? Run me through, damn it. Run me through already. The infected citizen angrily scratches the regime crystals on his arms, as if crushing them would make everything go back to normal. Severe pain rips through him, and newly infected person gasps for breath. He's overwhelmed by the new pain that had just become familiar to him, and a mixture of tears and sweat rolls down his cheeks. Lies on his back, in a patch of mud. Before his eyes, the sun has risen to its zenith. Before he closes his eyes, a strand of pink hair suddenly breaks into his vision. He's back! You're joining Rhodes Islands. This is no place to be sunbathing, sir. The mud's going to get in your clothes. Get away from me, I'm infected and might explode any minute now. If I had to guess, I don't think you had neuropathy for more than a week. Everyone looks just like you the first few days. Shock and denial, pain and guilt, anger and depression. In the end, they have no choice but to accept that they are miserable, hapless lot. The hell do you know? Also an infected. So strange about that. Hello, sir. My name is Percival, and I am the doorman at the Sunset Streets Hotel. It's a shame, but it seems you don't have much luggage for me to carry. That is awfully quaint. I was with the mounted police for quite a few years, Miss Percival. I've been involved in a number of cases, some of which involved the infected as well. Should have thought twice about how I treated them back then. Now I'm one of them. This line. It is the only excuse that Sarkas have for their war. I heard of an organization whose activities have reached even the doors of Londinium. If I remember properly, they were called Reunion. And then infected on the side of the road must have been one of those people thrown here by the Duke of Windermere. Another one? Truth be told, Percival, had you not sent out the news, the separation sequence between Norport and Londinium was underway, the fate of this infected people might have been even more miserable. Thanks to you figuring it out, we even managed to hide our comms as public podcast. Should have been glad I have the habit of it was Percival. Smart. Not as easy to make it sound. I had to dismantle the communication stations in the hotel before I could finally find a place to pass on the news. But Rhodes Islands and the Delphine lady did get the short end of the stick as a result. Have you ever heard of the Reunion? Well done, Percival. We've taken in a number of infected persons along the way, and they're doing much better than we initially expected. I was doing most of the hard work. I've pretty much just been sucking off. And though I don't want to admit it, Rhodes Islands also played a big part. Sounds like you guys have bad blood with Rhodes Islands anymore, Percival. Why are you saying that? Kind of disaster is trying to invite people upon Victoria this time. You have the wrong idea, sir. We are the ones who gathered the debris from the ashes of the previous reunion. But we are no longer what we used to be. We will not abandon the name nor the sins it carries. We must remember our past mistakes. We must also set out once more to prove ourselves to the infected. The new reunion no longer needs a leader. We have traveled across several countries fighting side by side with the infected peoples who see themselves as our comrades. What exactly are you trying to do? Medicine and compassion cannot help the infected in a way that matters, but solidarity and strength can. So the infected have no country of their own, so the new region shall be where they belong. Which isn't joining us? The lingering catastrophe cloud, the shard has been activated. Purple flames. Did you know? First of all, I often find myself thinking these days. Indeed, there's a certain kind of person that seems naturally born to make waves they will claim to be their catalysts, leaders, and creators. In a sense, they tend to find success, but I would never call them winners. I refuse to accept that everything they've made deserves to enter the annals of history. I refuse to accept it. And then we're gonna have a fight between Ablana and Tallulah on the next story. Bum bum bum.
Hi, ドクターこんちは。モーガンさんです。ビーナに聞いたけど。
おはよう、ドクター。
どれどれ、俺の新しいラボはどの部屋だ？ドクター、いかがでしょう？私の修練に付き合ってくれませんか？
おはよう、ドクター。
Oh, that's finally done. There's a lot of things to review. God. This really is just a break chapter compared to the other ones.